Hi there, everyone. I'm the Wayfaring Fox. I go by Fox for short. And I'm going to do a run of 100% all bosses. And I'll get into explaining what this run is in a little bit. For now, I would like to just do a countdown just to start the run. Alright, let's start 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And so yeah, this is the DS version of the game. So to explain this category, 100% for like the stats version is referred to as all side quests given to you by Melchior at the end of time, and then doing the Black Omen. So I did that goal, and then this other goal of all bosses on top of it, which is for this version of the game, there's a bestiary that you can just access whenever. And so we're going to just fight. We don't have to win every fight, but we have to win every fight that we have to of every boss in the game. So that includes all the additional DS content, and it also invokes a little bit of a challenge later on. First, I have a quick menu to update settings. I'm going to set the battle speed up and set the memory cursor to full. To explain what's going on with the text in this game, the text is pretty much instant. And what I found to be the most effective is to mash the A button and the touchscreen on the DS to advance text as fast as you possibly can, because both work to advance text. Here I need to talk to Marley and then grab the pendant and then select the first options here just for later. I'll try to get into the story as much as I can. It's going to be a little bit difficult because there's a lot going on. Here's a shop. I'm going to buy 11 potions and 3 shelters with the money that you get an allowance from your mom right at the start of the game. Right from and we have to wait here. So at the very start of the game, I set the ATB to wait. Wait mode is just a lot faster than active for a speed run. And I also turn the movies to off, and the menu, there are 2 kinds of menus available, which are the DS like menu screen for fights, or like the classic like Super Nintendo version style of combat. The DS version, like the bottom screen's gonna have like a lot of the information, being able to select abilities. There's a lot of it's quite a bit faster to keep it on the bottom screen for reasons that I'll explain later. And when I am seeing discussion of Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z in chat, this game, the art style and art direction was given through Akira Toriyama, who is the same person who drew all the characters from the Dragon Ball series. He's And so the style is definitely very familiar if you are familiar with this game. So What happens is the girl, Marley, a weird thing happens with this telepod that our friend Luca was showing off, and she gets sent into a portal with that pendant, but she drops it, and so we take the pendant and chase right on after her. And we have our first fight of the run. It's possible to hit all three of these guys without an attack on, I believe, this next version of the game, but I think it's just really hard with due to like a couple of version differences. Speaking of version differences, in all other versions of this game, it is possible to skip this encounter trigger, but in this version, that is not the case. And there I was holding L and R to run away from the encounter. You can also use the touchscreen to do that. The bottom left of the touchscreen has an escape like little button that you can hit right at the start of a fight. And here we show up at this castle. If you talk to like NPCs, you learn that this girl was found in the town, and they brought her into the castle, and they think she's the queen. So investigate, and then she lets us come up and talk to her. And it turns out it's our friend who we just met at the fair. But for whatever reason, she ends up disappearing here. For a reason we'll understand in just a sec, rather. And that chest is an ether that I'll need, momentarily. And our friend Luca catches up to us, and she's going to explain just like a basic genealogy lesson of why why she disappeared, because the queen of this time is in danger, and our friend Marley is the princess of our era. Is this run affected by RNG a lot? When it comes to RNG in the game, this game, the RNG is very simple, but I don't understand enough myself right now. It is to the point where you can manipulate it, but for a marathon, I won't be manipulating it. And so, I need to do a menu. So I shuffled some accessories around and gave that strength capsule I picked up to Chrono to do some things here. So I'm doing a couple of extra fights because this upcoming mandatory encounter needs a very specific ability. So I learned Cyclone with Chrono, and this fight here is going to get me enough tech points for Luca to learn her first attack of Flamethrower, and learn the first dual attack known as Fire Whirl. And you have attacks in this game with singular characters, and you can get combo techniques by learning specific ones. And this one is really important for this fight right here because these enemies are very weak to fire, and depending on the RNG here, which I got probably one of the worst possible cases. Luca got slowed right away, and they're being a little bit mean about it. I gotta use another one of these. And you get ambushed by another one who gets hit, but we get saved by his frog friend. Luca doesn't trust him right away, but decides maybe we should go. I'm gonna do a quick detour to pick up this. This is another strength capsule. Strength capsules, like capsules in general, there are three types: strength, magic, and speed. And each one boosts each specific value by one. So here I'm doing a few more extra fights. It makes the beginning of this game a heck of a lot safer to do these extra fights. If you're not going for like any kind of manipulation or anything. These snake enemies, they're dropping the Athenian water item, which in the SNES version it's just called a revive. So it just it revives any character up to 50 HP. And like worst case, I use like a couple of these, but generally speaking, it shouldn't be like bad enough to where I use all of them. And the second thing will come up from this mandatory encounter in this next little area here. and learn the frog's second tech, which is Slurp Slash, and the dual tech of X Strike. This combo attack will deal a lot of damage for the first boss of the game, and it will just make it a very straightforward fight. And okay. This fight's probably the like one fight where I probably won't make a safety save, because it's like it's gonna be like that like just not a problem. Just attack right now. One of the things I'm going to try to do when possible is just to minimize the number of counters that this guy does. Oh, I was a little slow there. Just trying to defeat this guy before the attack went off. So with that, we've saved the queen, and we're gonna return to the castle. First, I want to pick up that chest with the mid-ether and then talk to her, and ignore that other chest and be rude to the fact that that was the real chancellor in that chest, because the Oz was impersonating the chancellor. And the chancellor was like, we're gonna make a more rigid criminal justice system in response to this, and that's a little bit of foreshadowing for what's about to happen next. But importantly, now that we've saved the queen, we can go back up here to where Marley disappeared, and she's gonna reappear for us. I also just made sure I didn't run into the frog, because if you run into the frog, you get an extra cutscene there, which wastes a bit of time, and we want to still go fast here. So I'm gonna what I did right there is the first example of just just holding the menu in, and while you're in like a menu, the timer to run away from a fight is still going, and so you can do that to pause all actions and run away from a fight without any of the enemies acting. And I saw a question about do all the party members play a big role throughout the run, or do some of them become irrelevant later? So there are 7 playable characters in the run. However, due to the fact that this is all bosses, one of the characters like the last available playable character I will not be able to use, because you can either choose, like, you can either elect to fight or not, and if you do not elect to fight this character, this character joins your team. So that is one of the major things that will be relevant later on. So here I picked up another strength capsule. I'm going to be going out of my way for a lot of those. It turns out that just getting a bunch of them just makes things a lot safer for whatever reason. Like, it just allows for quite a few safer strategies that I'll be implementing. Right there, due to how fast the text is, that Chancellor of this era is supposed to turn around before before that cutscene advances, but he's just facing the wrong direction. So I've been like tempted to make that an emote. I think it's silly enough to do so. And here's the trials. You're essentially being put on trial for being the JRPG protagonist here, and literally all your actions at the very beginning of the game are taken into account. And so doing as little as possible, and the way I did everything at the start means I will get a not guilty verdict, but it will be a difference between 6 or 7 here. It's kind of random about it. The second juror is bugged, but chose not guilty here, so that's all 7 not guilty. There's a little like miniature thing where you're supposed to bring this little girl's cat and to her, and if you do it correctly, the little girl just testifies in court against like any wrongdoing. But it doesn't work exactly properly, and so it's, for whatever reason, it's random if you don't even engage in it. And it's tied to that second juror. So regardless of whether or not you're guilty or not guilty, they're gonna try to execute you anyway. And so you have 2 options. You can either wait until the execution where Luca's just going to come in and bust you out, or you could just bust on out, because as they're going to see, they fail to disarm you. And so we're armed in a prison, so we can just bust on it. First things first, this allows full heal. So it's much faster to just not have to wait and then sit through an additional cutscene. So here, for these guards, I'm using Cyclone. The Cyclone will guaranteed one-shot these guards. A regular attack does not. I have an additional strength capsule that I will be using, but it's not faster to use it here because the chance of you killing a guard with an attack is not high enough to justify using it at this point. So here's a little bit of stealth. If they see you, you get into an extra encounter. Okay, that was really good. So at this point, Warden gets knocked out and Luca still comes anyway. So here I'm gonna set the battle speed to 4 and then make a safety save. This is in case I make a silly mistake save. Because this fight generally is fine. So for this boss, I need to do... I need to attack this head a total of 4 times with Chrono and 3 times with Luca, unless if they crit. And then I do Cyclone. I almost messed that up, but it should be fine here. And this will kill the wheel before it gets its attack off. You get countered and... Okay. Standard fight. So this fireball will defeat the tank. So there I did a little skip of a trigger to spawn more of these guards to chase after you getting out of here. But even then, Arlie tries to stop the guards, but the king is not going to have any of this happen right here. And Marley's just going to be like, no, I'm not, don't want this, I'm out. And Arlie and her father, King Guardian, the 31st are just not on good terms for a long time until like much later on. Conveniently though, we find another one of those portals, which they called a gate earlier. I didn't mention that. But now that the corner, it's not really much choice of what to do. Either use it or just go back. But I'm gonna use it, and Chancellor's gonna be really shocked. So, we landed in Unknown Era, and gonna explore around a bit, but want to go through this area. This area has a little bit of technical skips. Might be a little bit tricky to explain everything going on, but I'm overlapping getting these stolen potions to skip a couple of fight triggers. And one of the beauties about this game is that despite this game originally being like a SNES era game, all encounters are static encounters on the map. And so if you can skip an encounter, it's best to do it in a speed run. So make another save here. We meet some people there, and apparently the storage is well guarded, and so we're gonna go check the food storage to see if there's anything there. And they're all starving. But we're gonna run into this enemy called Guardian who's blocking the food storage, and this is their next boss fight. So this fight, there's a lot going on with it. You want to avoid attacking the center boss, the actual Guardian itself, until these enemies called pods are gone. I was really lucky. Critical hits from Marley there. But now that they're both gone, I can start wailing on the actual Guardian itself. And this game does have critical hits, and the critical hits do matter here for being able to defeat this enemy in 2 cycles. And if they line up appropriately like that, don't attack. Okay. It was a little bit spooky, but I just was hoping not to have to revive Marley there. Okay, that was a really good fight. So yeah, we're pretty over leveled, and so that boss gave us 2 levels each on everybody. So we found the seed and then examined the... Fortunately, there's a corpse right there. And the rest of the refrigeration failed. And now I gotta chase after this rat to learn more about the dome. This rat is a little bit tricky to catch if without a lot of practice. So we find the supercomputer of the dome, and Luca's gonna look to see where we can, if there's like another gate that we can use to get back to our era. And it turns out there is one in this other dome called Proto Dome over to the east. But Marley hits a button and we find out that in the year 1999 AD, this being called Lavos emerges from the ground. And destroys the entirety of the world at that time. And so we ended up deciding that we're gonna try to change this result because we already changed the timeline before. And so we talked to everybody here now. And so show that we hand the seat over to this little girl, and then we talk a little bit of talk about hope. And how our party hasn't lost it compared to the people here, and learn that this is the future era as well. But next I am gonna go through this area, but so we're getting ambushed by these robots here, but this other robot named Johnny wants us, now that we have the jetpack, he wants us to race him. And so we have to do this once. So I'm going to do a setup like that to bump 3 times in the back. You can actually elect to like try to get in front of him as much as possible, but I'm not well practiced enough in doing that. And I want to make sure I just win, because if you lose, you lose a lot of time. There we go. So I would have considered healing, because there's an upcoming mandatory fight in the Protodome here. But I'm guaranteed to survive a hit from these enemies. And I had Marley attack the one on the right because I knew that she didn't need to attack the one on the left there. In front of this door, we find another robot here. Yeah, so the small little screen on the bottom left is the touch screen of the DS. Find out the door won't budge, and while Luca was ended up fixing the robot, and this robot's going to be our next party member. So we end up naming him Robo, and tell the Robo the truth about this, and that the powers often want to get to the back because of that gate being here, and we have to go to a factory to the north to turn the power on. And so one person needs to stay behind, and so I elect to have Marley stay behind. I'm gonna equip one piece of equipment called the Berserker Ring on him. I need to make another safety save. And having Marley stay behind is extremely important for the run, because due to a little bit of an oddity with experience. Like whoever you really want to use for an upcoming, for like later on in the game, will be like behind on experience for a very important fight if you want to use them. So that first enemy that we fought has max defense. So it takes a random number of hits due to damage rolls, how many hits you need. And up here we got probably one of the most random fights in the like mandatory static non-boss fights in the run. Where you get set a random amount between these red and blue and these red and green acids. The green ones have less defense, but if you attack them when you don't want but they can induce a counterattack here, which you don't want. I think I'll just have to sit through the counter. Yeah. Unless if I got good enough damage roll, I don't think there was anything better. Yeah, not the best fight there. It was okay, but could have been a lot better. But yeah, you can get up to 5 greens or reds, and the best possible is 5 greens. I need to heal up and lower the battle speed down to 3. So, there was a passcode that we entered there, and for that passcode we had to, you're supposed to go through the right side of the dungeon to do it, but if you know it, it just accepts it anyway. But you have, in the previous area, we had to catch the rat to, go further on with the game, because I think you just have to do that to make sure that you fight that boss. And here the boss is at the very end of it. So we tripped the security by hitting that power switch at the bottom. And so now we're ambushed by these robots who Robo recognizes, and they claim he's defective, and they're going to destroy him. They're going to attempt to destroy him before they try to attack us, like the rest of them. We can't interfere with this because Robo wouldn't let us right now. You can move around and try to get involved, but while that's going on, trying to get right near where Chrono's going to be, I ended up moving a little bit because you can move with the touchscreen in this game. And so, for this fight, I have to be very specific with my targeting. I need to do 4 cyclones to end this fight. This makes this fight look like a joke, but if you don't do exactly the right targeting, you are in very hot water here because they have some real nasty counters. And you don't want to deal with those counters, like if you can help it. Robo ended up getting stuck when they tried to send him back through the what they came out of, and dragged him all the way back here, and Luke is repairing him. Now that the door is open, we can head on through and head through this gate. And Robo's coming with us. And we're gonna have 4 people go through this gate, and Robo's from a different era, and due to that, we're gonna get sent somewhere else. And there's this old man here. He's going to tell us that we were sent to this place called the End of Time, and one of us has to stay here. And so it's a little bit of war on the party limit. And he wants us to go through this door and talk to Specchio. And Specchio's gonna teach our characters magic. I have these 3 here so they can learn magic, because it's very important that they do. And you have to run around the boundary of this place 3 times to do it. There's like faster movement to be able to like almost like kind of cheat to do a little bit faster, but I haven't learned how to do that yet. Importantly, I need to say no here because he wants to ask if you want to do like an extra fight, and it's not worth the time to do that. Specchio doesn't count for the as a boss, and so like otherwise I wouldn't have had this as a category at all. So we showed up in the a village of the fiends, what they call in this version. They call them mystics in the SNES version, and I detoured to the mayor's house to pick up a magic and speed capsule. And here I have a bit of a longer shop menu. I need to equip some stuff I picked up, and then I'm going to sell those 2 mid-ethers I got, and then this weapon, this weapon, this weapon, this weapon, and not that one. And then I'm gonna buy 51 mid potions, 21 panacea, and 11 shelters. So right there, to end the fight, I'm gonna set my tech for Marley's aura. We're gonna learn this move called Antipode Bomb. So I'm gonna one little bit of a trick with the DS menu is that when you have the 3 types, like there are 3 total types of text, like the single, I exit the menu a little bit too fast there. You have the single, the dual, dual, so it's double, and then the triple text, which we can get later on in the in this run. The you can scroll using right or left with the D-pad between the types of text, and this is the first time I'm going to do that, where it's just better to start doing that for this upcoming boss fight in here. Okay. So that's a little bit of a precision skip right there. It skips a really annoying encounter. Okay, set the battle speed to 2. Do another safety save. And I saw your question, Limbo, so I'll get to it in a bit. This fight has a lot going on. I'm gonna do a strategy that, if I execute it correctly, it allows me to do less healing and play a little bit more aggressively, and also it's also safer if it's executed correctly. Funnily enough. So this boss takes a total of 7 lightnings with the equipment I got, and the Luca got KO'd, which is unfortunate, but it's fine. I can manage. 7 lightnings and 7 antipode bombs, which was the dual tech I just learned. And so there, I was actually doing a buffer to wait until the counter phase for this fight ends, like stops. And now I'm gonna wait until I get that turn to show up, and then I'm gonna use lightning after. And if I did this where I should be able to have Chrono on healing duty, and then I should be able to fit 2 more antipode bombs in. Before the next counter phase. There we go. And with that, I do not have to heal at all for this upcoming counter phase. Because once I hit this next lightning, the fight's gonna end and he will not get an attack out. That was I'm very happy that this fight went over well. I only recently understood how that the exact timing you want to hit him with, because I did it. I only found out when exactly it fully resets his ATB like that. It's a really it's a really I think it's not correctly understood thing. I don't know. It's just really odd. So here, I'm doing a little bit of detour to pick up Tabin's Vest, which is, at this point in the game, a very, very nice piece of equipment for Luca, which boosts her speed by 2 points and has her resist fire damage. And here I can actually be a jerk and take that old man's lunch, because now that the trial's gone, I don't get any repercussions. So, but while we're back going through the ferry, because we want to, that boss Hekran tipped us, gave us information, that apparently Lavos was, came through the Femur Magus, and, we want to go back to the Middle Ages to kind of do what we can to deal with that. But while we're here, we're going to fight Gado here, who gives us 15 silver points, which we'll need later on in the run. We need a total of 40, and this is just the most convenient time to pick it up. And so, yeah, the 100% definition, it's really just all side quests. So everything Melchior tells you to do, plus the Black Omen, is what that definition is. And so, this all bosses definition means I have to do a bunch of the DS extras. Excuse me. So there, we have to detour to the bridge to the general, and then we can go to the castle to talk to the chef. And the chef is his brother, and they're not on best terms, but his wife is gonna reprimand him, and then he's just gonna give us the food before we leave. There is a little bit of trick, text, where if you go far enough away from the text, it will just go away. That's a little bit faster than just mashing through, even on this version. And I tried to do it there. I didn't do it that great. Yeah, so it's essentially that. I'm gonna do another save here. So, because the text is so fast, I can just talk to him again, say that I'm going to help out. He gives a golden helm. It costs like 5 seconds to do that, and that golden helm actually makes a lot of upcoming bosses in the like down the line a lot safer. Not for the reason you're thinking. It just gets me another. It allows me to equip a different piece of armor that you normally get on Luca, who I'm going to be using a lot. like through like the mid game of this run, and having like a helmet on her just makes a lot of fights like an hour from now way safer. It's really nice. So for like these first two fights on the bridge, you can attack Ozzy 3 times and it will end the fight. But here I have a pretty big menu. I'm gonna swap Marley out. I apologize to anybody who's a fan of Marley. I'm not going to use her much for the that much for the rest of the run. I should have equipped that here. Oh yeah. And then I'm gonna give the speed and magic capsule I picked up to Luca right now. Because this is the next boss who is Zombor. So this fight is a little spooky because I really want Robo to cooperate and attack the head. Crit the legs, which is not what I really want. Crit the legs again. Oh gosh. I'm gonna be a little safer on that. I'm gonna keep them healthy. And I've been... Yeah, okay. That's not what we want to see, because like, if the legs go down first, you get that attack coming out. That was very unlucky. But everyone survived, so it's not the end of the world. Gonna shelter right now. Just gonna, and then I'm gonna save right after. Yeah, I had to heal just to make sure, like, if that attack went off, I was safe. meant to do that before the fight, but that's alright. So, we ran into a kid here in the who I believe was trying to get the Masamune. But the little kid ended up running away. That room I just went through, if you don't do the correct movement, you get into a chain of unrunnable fights. Here I'm gonna detour to pick up 2 items, the silver stud and silver earring. They're gonna be nice, like very much helpful for this point, like for like some upcoming fights through like the course of like the main arc of the story. But the silver earring is pretty much a mandatory pickup for like the final like 5th of this run. It's either I pick up that or I pick up a gold earring later. But because it's just nicer to get that now, I'll let to just grab that. So like, we're talking like 4 hours, like literally like 5 hours from now is when the earring becomes extremely important. But we'll get to that when we get to it. Right now, we got 2 kids guarding the Masamune here, and so they want to test at this, but they're not actually kids. We'll learn like what exactly they are later on. So I'm using this attack of Fire Punch. It's a very high damage attack. And this is a 2-stage fight, and this stage of the fight is quite a bit more dangerous. I ended up attacking with Luca when I didn't want to, but it's not the biggest issue. But this is the first fight where you hear the Boss Battle 2 theme in the game. This guy's got quite a bit more health than all the fights I've done so far. When he goes below half health, which will probably happen like really soon. It's not yet. He's gonna start dealing double damage with his physicals, and since he starts only going for 2 physicals, he'll start charging his tornado attack, which I have to use the winch slash tech to get rid of. One thing I actually forgot to mention earlier was that once we learned magic, we learned our 3rd tech between all the characters, and the second tech really just gonna do this. I think this should probably KO. Okay. So that's how we got to like where we are here. I think other than the bad Zombor, this one's been fine. That's probably, like, that, not gonna lie, that's the worst Zombor fight I've had in, like, several months. And it's, like, not even close. So now there's this shop here with it has another strength capsule in it, which is really nice. It also has Athenian waters that I can buy. Other runners typically elect to just buy like everything at like all the items at once from a shop in Dorina, which is the other village like to the north of here. But I put off buying like extras because because of that strength capsule, it just seems to really work out. We talked to that kid. He gave us the hero medal. Now we can visit Frog's abode. The kid said that he got it from a walking frog. So all of this is leading back to Frog. And inside this chest that he was just standing in front of is the a part of the Masamune, and we picked up the other part. Inside the forest, there's a chance of a new spawning. News are just like, I don't know how to really describe them, but a lot of people do like seeing that news show up there. But the The what I was saying was that on like the top of the sword, it had the name Melchior inscribed on it, and we know someone with that name, and so we're going back to the village just to talk with him, because he's the guy who I bought all those items and that sword for Chrono from earlier. And he said to reforge it, we need Dreamstone, but Dreamstone doesn't exist anymore, and it used to exist a really, really long time ago. It's a bit of foreshadowing with the music on Melchior while he's talking about that. So we go through the remaining gate that we haven't been to, which goes to the 65 million years in the past, and we get ambushed at now that these are called reptites. There were 8 of them, and I think and someone comes and saves us from them, but with the laser spin, it would be fine, but I think it's just nodding to the fact that, the enemy limit in the game is, 6 total, and so that, I think it's just a little bit of a almost just breaking the fourth wall with saying they're outnumbered. At least Luca says that we're outnumbered. So we meet our next character, Ayla here. Really likes how strong we are, wants to be friends, and gets confused about Robo here. It's a little bit faster to have Marley in the party, but the strategy, I think, is not something that can really be done. I do a safe way through this room. It's possible to just run right past that horde of enemies. They come to this fight anyway, but if you just run into them, you get into an extra encounter, and you don't want to. It's just slower to hit that extra encounter, and I just play it safe and just be in that little alcove, and I know they will not run into me there. And so, Ayla wants us to go talk to her in the village, and she's gonna throw a party. This party is heavily censored in the Super Nintendo version of the game, and it's not here, actually. So challenges Chrono to a drinking contest, and it ends up just being a little bit of a masher, but it's not too difficult of a mash per se. They censored this to be literally just soup, but it's actually alcohol. So one thing about that party is that having Robo and Luca in that order as your second and third characters is optimal for the cutscene. Because whoever's in your second party slot, you have to talk to, and wait for them to like do whatever they want at the party before you can talk to Ayla. And Robo is the fastest. If you have Marley, they actually just force her to that second party slot because she's the deuteragonist of the game. And so there's a lot of like little things that are done with Marley that put her in like a lot of spots, and like she gets priority in like certain cutscenes. But after the party, we actually get the gate key stolen, and the gate key stolen afterward. And we talked to Ayla. Turns out her boyfriend Kino stolen, and she slapped him because of it. But he didn't end up having it. He actually got stolen from him by the reptites, which are the foes of the people here in this time. They talk very primitive compared to everyone else. Despite that, there's a lot I like about Ayla as a character. For the purposes of the speed run, she's going to be very important for the run. But that will be explained later on. In that maze area, there were a lot of static fight triggers that I just like snuck past. This fight, it's possible to get this lightning out before this guy attacks. I'm not the best at it. Here you can kind of sneak past this guy. If you try to if he sees you, I'm gonna wait for that attack before I try to run away. I had Ayla and Robo both crit that previous enemy, and every time that has happened, I actually had like really bad luck on this upcoming boss, so I just had that attack happen just because just for that reason. Did I equip everything correctly? No, I didn't equip the silver earring. Okay, so shelter. And then I'm gonna put these 2 strength capsules on Ayla. And gonna do a safety save for his upcoming boss. Did nothing anyway. Or Robo got a turn first? That's really odd. Well, he got an attack in, so I think it should be fine. So this guy, we want him to attack before before like you do like a lightning, because it gives you like the maximum like possible like ATB to like get turns with Chrono. So yeah, I didn't explain like one little detail there, but with the we did meet the leader Azala of the Reptites, and okay, that was a decent fight. Okay. And so the gimmick is his defense is maxed until you lower it right there. And that death was taken on purpose, but regardless of what you say, you can tell the truth or not to Azala there, but she'll stick a Nisbel on you regardless, and after defeating Nisbel, she gives the gate key back. And she's the leader of the Reptites. No, little antsy. So unfortunately, we don't have like that Berserker ring that we picked up in the chat, so it's gonna stay on Ayla for the time being. So we're only gonna have one for this upcoming portion of the game. The Berserker ring, and also like one of the reasons why I gave those two strength ups on Ayla right there was for that fight. Doing that makes it generally a little bit safer. You don't need as many critical hits. Like normally, like you want like 2 critical hits, but with her having like +2 to her strength stat, you can get away with 1. You usually can. In that situation, I think you probably still needed 2 because Robo got an attack offers. Here I'm gonna run into Melchior to speed up this. Like, this is like an interactive cutscene right here. But running into Melchior speeds it up like a little bit. One small note about this cutscene, it defaults Luca helping forge it, but if Luca's not in your party, Robo will forge it instead. I like to call that the DLC forge, but it ends up being a thing in like my all endings run, I think. Because I did an all endings run of this game last month. Now that we've forged the Masamune my all endings run, in terms of like real time, was like 2 hours 45 minutes longer than my PB of this. roughly speaking. We, in terms of like the community, like it was agreed between me and like some other people to, because the credits of this version of the game are unskippable. We just like removed the time out of the credits because you sit through them, like you can sit through them multiple times and just like use that as a break, and then you can just like take a lot of time to just take some breaks and everything. But I only did like a single run of it so far. But and quite a bit of that route was built off of this run, of the strategies I made for this run. Here we're actually gonna get into Frog's backstory, where he's gonna travel with his friend Cyrus to try to in the hopes of defeating Magus, who is the Fiend Lord. And fight this frog guy, and that gets the hero's badge. But Cyrus ends up, the Masamune ends up breaking against them. So Cyrus is gonna make a last-ditch effort until Frog, his original name is Glenn, to leave, but he doesn't end up leaving, and he gets cursed. And one of the things I like about this translation is that Ozzy, who we met before, literally calls him like a scared little frog in the pond before the curse happens. And it really does help. It really gives like a really good background why he's turned into a frog. So here I'm gonna let to keep Robo in the party again. Yeah, this upcoming cutscene really gets into more about Frog here, because he really was scared to hurt anybody for such a long time. He really didn't want to. And yes, at this point of the game, Frog is a mandatory character. I think this is the part of the game where I am going to reveal this. We're not going to do it right away, but for reason, like I'll explain it more later. The main like characters that are going to be used over the course of the run are Luca, Robo, Ayla, and Frog. And that's because of a couple of different strategies that end up working out very nicely for different situations. At this point of the game, you can go back to the end of time and unlock Frog's magic. I am not going to do that right away. It doesn't end up... It doesn't save the time that it takes to go do it. But here, Frog says, decides he's taking the mantle like Windless says. But after this fight, Frog comments about us having magic now. So it won't be for a little while until I actually unlock his magic, because I revealed that I'll be using him later on over the course of the run. I'm going to make a save here, because these upcoming fights are a little... can be a little bit hairy, but I should be fine. So right when you enter this place is Beamlord's Keep, there's no music, and until we like get to a point like it's just gonna be silent. Here I use Laser Spin again to deal damage to the enemies here. There's a stronger version of Laser Spin called Super Sonic Spin that deals more damage, but it's not going to be enough to just one shot that fight, because those purple underling enemies that are there, they take half damage from shadow elemental attacks, and Laser Spin is a shadow elemental attack. So here I'm gonna... Wait, did I... Okay, yeah, that's correct. Gonna Berserk Frog. This thing counters with MP Buster. so you don't want to attack her with anybody who has to use like MP. But we're not really going to use MP much for like these upcoming fights, so it doesn't really matter too much. But this is the bat who was following us was Flea all the time. Now it's just a decoy, but Flea's gonna fight us now. This fight can be pretty dangerous. I'm gonna heal Frog right away. So, I'm not really trying to do anything right now. However, I don't want blind inflicted on Frog. Because Flea has a very nasty counter. And Frog's our best damage dealer at this point in the game anyway. Okay. So, what I wanted to happen there was Robo getting knocked out. Chrono getting put to sleep is not what a deal. That death. Oh my gosh, yeah, I gotta reset. Well, okay. I made a bad choice there. I should have just healed Chrono. That's a big time waste. That's why I saved. I should have just healed Chrono there. I don't know why I didn't. Oh, that HP too. Okay, so yeah, that was just a bad decision. It was like barring like nothing like really catastrophic, like I should still be able to stay under estimate here, but that was probably like one of the worst mistakes I made. So one thing about this version of the game that I do have to mention is, and part of the reason why I don't touch RNG manip is that this fight is the exact same, and they're going to do the exact same thing. Because when you save the game, the RNG gets saved at like exactly where it is. And so, like, when it comes to like the Super Nintendo version, it's actually like rolling like on the file select screen. But it doesn't do that here. Like, when you load the game, it just loads the current RNG state. So that fight right there was the exact same. That's part of why I haven't elected to do RNG manip much on this version, because of like it'd be a lot more punishing to go for it, like just straight up. As long as I, keep Chrono healthy, I shouldn't die, but... Okay, so something different happened since I just did nothing. This is gonna be a completely different fight. So that, like, Flea can actually get stuck when Frog's attacking there. I got 3 counters, and now I just want to heal Frog before anything catastrophic happens here. Okay. I did something completely different, so... Oh, unfortunate. Importantly, I did want Robo to take a KO for that fight. The tech, I'll get into it more later, but it matters for tech points, which are awarded with experience at the end of every fight. And to keep on the proper tech point route, I need Robo to get knocked out here. At least I needed Robo to get knocked out at least on one of these fights. So this is fight with Slash. This is a 2-stage fight. Where you essentially just hope Frog gets as many critical hits as possible. In both stages of the fight, but I haven't really gotten that many yet. Like, I haven't gotten any. Okay, when he does that attack, you know, this stage of the fight is done. But this second stage of the fight is much more dangerous. I want to heal Frog right away because he's in KO range. At this point, Slash is going to start doing more dangerous attacks. And now we're at the point where Slash is low on HP. So I'm just gonna let Frog deal the rest of the damage. Ouch. Man, okay, that... we're through that. Yeah, that's a real fortunate mistake. Here... To swap Luca in... I'm going to put this Slasher, and I'm going to... I forgot one thing. I need to put Power Glove and Our scarf, and then shelter. Alright. Now that that's over, I have what I like to call the gauntlet. And like there's a fight that I'm going to take for experience here. Which is this one. That guy on the bottom right is a jerk and can sometimes just want to dodge that flamethrower attack. You want to hit them both if possible. That chest has a misthrow that I want to pick up. So after like this segment, we got this is on a cycle, so it's very straightforward to do. These upcoming 3 rooms are not straightforward to do. Hitting any encounter, just take it safe. Leads to an unrunnable encounter here, and this room has pitfalls. Okay, and if you know where they are, you can avoid them. So here I'm gonna use fraud to get past that little guy and sneak right on by those 2, and we're through. Okay, so none of those in this run specifically, those fights like that little section is it's pretty spooky. Okay, this fight you can't run away from, and I have to do it. This one, for whatever reason, you can run away from, so this would probably be the most dangerous fight. If that were not the case, I think there's a pretty good way of handling it, but nice that you can just run away. It's just better to run away. But this fight, you can't run away from. These jugglers have a gimmick where they switch their defenses based on what move you do. So I'm gonna use Hypno Wave, and that makes them weak to physicals, and I'm gonna use 4 X strikes. I'm gonna be a little safe about this, where I'm gonna have Luca throw a mid potion on Frog, because it's not uncommon for them to attack Frog, and he was in KO range. So, yeah, it better safe than sorry with that. and this just has a speed belt, which boosts. It's an accessory that boosts speed by 2. I'll be using it a lot over the course of the run. And we're chasing Ozzy all the way up here, and now he's gonna try to stall for time. Okay. And with that little thing, Ozzy Ozzy falls down, and now that left one goes to the next fight, which is the Magus fight. So Dark Veil, Silver Earring, I'm Circuit Ring, Speed Belt, and Helm, so Shelter. Okay. So this fight is very has a very random first phase with Magus. This is like the iconic Magus fight in the main story of the game. The first phase is random on barriers. For whatever reason, the RNG in this game does funnel you into specific things, and I believe this is a favorable pattern that it funneled me into. So, this is a outcome that is generally like ideal for like a manipulation kind of thing. So this like, despite like me not like intentionally manipulating the game, sometimes it just gets you the favorable pattern, and we want the barrier to be fire if possible. So I'm gonna throw that barrier up on Chrono, so he takes less damage from the counters here. And this fire sword attack, which was just learned, is gonna deal 500 damage every time, like especially after Frog hits Magus, because it drops his magic defense by a lot. Gonna heal up. Just gonna do another one. Water is not the one you want to see. Just gonna attack again. Ideally, you get as few barriers as possible. but these are barriers I really don't, are just unfavorable. Just gonna heal Luca first. I want to make sure I keep my characters healthy if all possible, because the counter does hit pretty hard. Except it's still giving me water. Running a little bit low on mid potions now. Okay, there's a fire. So this should be enough to push to the second phase of the fight. And with this second attack is gonna hit really hard. Because after a bit of time, Magus lowers his physical defense and doesn't lower his magic resistance just yet, and that deals way more damage. So my barrier ran out, and with the silver earring, it's a backup in case it does run out here. Just wanted to hold to, because this attack's gonna hurt. There we go. I didn't have much of a reason to try to play that. Like, you could go and heal up, but I felt it was fine to, because Frog was critting a lot, especially, and I got that boosted fire hit in. So here, we confronted Magus at top of the keep, and it turns out he was summoning Lavos. He didn't bring Lavos into being, which is what our protagonist thought. So, everybody got stuck into a big gate, and we're somewhere, and Chrono's having a dream right here with Marley. We are awoken by Ayla. This until the flea fight, this one has been like half decent. Otherwise, that's like the only like major mistake, unfortunately. But so, to what happened here is that Ayla wanted to go and find Laruba Village, and she ended up getting followed by reptiles, and they sacked the village and like burned the forest down, and also kidnapped villagers as well as Kino. So Ayla decides that she's going to take it to the Tyranno lair to do like a last battle between the human and the reptiles here. And so she asked for Dactyl from the like the mayor of Laruba, like the chief of the Laruba village, and they got into an argument, but ends up that she does get the Dactyl, and then we decide to follow her to help her out. On this screen, there's some precise, like, pixel perfect skips. I am walking 2 pixels at a time. Okay. And those skips, those are more like encounter skips that are really it's just faster to do them. I want to keep Luca in for this upcoming area as well. Gonna do some equips here. Doing the wrong order. Strobe. I'm actually gonna berserk at Luca for the strategies I'm gonna elect to do here. Also, let's take this off. I'm gonna save outside just to be safe. Okay. These first like few fights I want to run away from, and while I'm doing that, it's not. I wanted to set Cyclone on Chrono. And also, I want to, at some point, set attack on Ayla, because after the Nizbel fight, she learned her first attack. That was a little close. So we come to Ratsukino and he's being held prisoner down at the basement, and Ayla just goes right in, busts him out. And if you don't rescue the other villagers, Kino will do it for you. And for the rest of the Tyranno lair, this is another place where it's imperative to avoid fights that you don't want to do, because every fight in this place from this point onward is you can't run away from. I'm pretty sure I forgot to lower the battle speed. I'm glad I just caught it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's battle speed 1. It's not like doing what these fights I'm electing to do here is really not easy on battle speed 1, so I lower the battle speed to 2. It's not easy to do it consistently, at least as far as I've been able to test. I need Ayla here to learn a specific tech. I'm doing... This fight is a little bit slower than just grinding another fight that's upcoming over and over. But the benefit of doing it this way is that I get more experience and tech points toward both Ayla and Luca at this point. And it just ends up being a little bit safer. So here I'm just gonna wait for Luca to attack because she's berserked anyway. But the upcoming boss who we just saw in that room, we kind of won't be able to defeat Bass without Ayla's upcoming tech of Cat Attack. So we have to do some extra fights now. The ideal situation in that fight is that Chrono actually get the critical hit on that last one, because that will knock it out. this is the last this is the last time I'm doing this fight. I'm actually like waiting specifically so Ayla gets her turn so I can immediately attack this like that Vulcanite enemy on the top right, because I want those two things to be knocked out as quickly as possible. This and okay. So here I'm gonna use that tech to deal with this is Nisbella's second, and so this gimmick is that these attacks lower his defense. So, and every after like the third time that happens, he'll do the discharge attack, and so with the like additional strength on Ayla here, she'll be able to... Oh my gosh, are you kidding me, man? I just lost too much ATB there. Okay, I can still do the backup. Alright, it's fine. Well, that was a little unfortunate that I just lost a little too much time and got that extra attack in on Chrono, because I wanted to heal Chrono before that happened. And that was more specific movement to avoid encounters. I want to set the battle speed to 1. And just do another save just in case. So right there, there's a fight trigger that if you don't skip it correctly, you get into 2 unrunnable encounters, and it's just better to soft reset if you hit it. So I normally just like line up the correct place to stand. It's not, it's barely leaning on where to stand for it. So, this fight, you can put us all to sleep, and then she'll be out of commission for the rest of the fight. And we're just gonna wait, because the Black Terrana here eventually wants to use its countdown, even if Azala is still around. And now I'm gonna use a specific combination of attacks to deal a pretty hefty amount of damage here. Is my mic making what sound? Oh. I gotta concentrate on the fight. I think I forgot to do one attack. That's okay. I might have to see if I can Oh. I got focus on finishing this fight before, if we want to try to fix that. So, give me a sec. So here are we learned the truth of Lavos and that it's falling from the sky. It's only in the right channel. Don't. Oh, it goes away when I talk. Is it still persisting, or is it because it looks like it's like going away when it, because it's like on my end it looked like it was going away. Thanks for. I think there, like my mic is loose. Um, that I. It's still there a bit. I'm paying attention to the game. Sorry. Um. Um. Oh, I forgot to split because of that. I have my own splits up on the side. Sorry about that, folks. Yeah, this is. Okay. So yeah, we took it. We went to the crater and we learned that there was a gate. No, I. Okay. I guess for context, I'm playing on a 3DS capture board, and so don't. I think it was something with possibly with my mic, because the mic's not attached to like, it's like it's like with, because like I'm just like on a laptop right now, so like this mic usually is fine, but if it has issues like that I often don't even notice when I should. Okay. Yeah, so that fight right there, we don't have to win. So with the rules I described at the beginning, you don't have to win every boss fight. Otherwise, this would be quite a bit of a different run. Like, as long as you get the information in the bestiary, it's fine. And we opened the final era, which is 12,000 BC, which has the Magic Kingdom. So we went there, but we met this prophet, and the queen thought that we're interlopers who want to mess with what's going on with her, what she wants to do, because that's what the prophet told her. And so we got ambushed at the throne room. But during that entire ordeal, we powered up Marley's pendant, and Marley's pendant being powered up allows us to open all the sealed doors and like any sealed chests that have come that we may have encountered throughout our playthrough to this point. And this sealed area we go to right away because it has a very important weapon upgrade for Chrono. He's gonna have this for the rest of the run, actually. It's actually really tough to try to skip this weapon. It's such a boost to Chrono's damage output, and it's his strongest weapon that you'll get for a pretty long time in the course of the game. And the other option is a Guardian Helm, which has auto protect, but the Swell is by far a better weapon to get, and at least in terms of a speed run. At this point, this is the point of the run where I am going to swap Froggen so he can learn magic right now. This is the best time to do it for the purposes of this run. So we just do it there at this point, but we're not going to use him right away. Just want Speedball on her. I'm just going to proceed further in the story. We want the game hinted to a place that we haven't been to yet, but normally casually you find that place early, and there's this guy there who tells you that there's nothing for you here right now, and you just come back later on. Going back through this area, it's just faster not to do the race again. You do have to run away from 2 fights along the way, but that's not the biggest issue. But there's a 3rd fight here that you can skip just by going along a specific path. Being a little bit too antsy again. So you can do this sewers area very pretty early on in the game, but like when we were here earlier. But at this point in the game, we just one-shot everything, so it's just faster to do it. Just put it off. And the last fight, the next fight here does technically count as a boss fight, but we're supposed to do it anyway, so. That basement, all those things, like just sitting around, if you touch any of them, you get into a fight. I won't even mess around and try fake out doing it, because this is another one of those places where if you get into a fight, you can't run away. So it's not a place you want to mess around in. Managed to hit up on accident there. I want to do a flame kick to one-shot this guy, because flame kick is a pretty fast attack. And that movement there also avoids another fight on the way out. And now that we have the pendant powered up, we can get these infos from Belzazar about the state of things and about him being here in the future, and he made this for whoever opens the sealed door. asks us to name it. So with this having a time machine, we can just warp right back to where we were. And the girl, Shala, she asked us to save Melchior, the Guru of Life, and we've heard that name before. So wonder who it's alluding to. So in this like little area right here, you got these. This is a mud beast den, and then there's a boss fight coming up. This is another trolley boss fight, so I'm going to make this one a little bit safer. I prefer having the battle speed lower to 2 for it. I haven't talked about like small things with the battle speed, but the battle speed being at 2 is like generally better. Like generally like a little bit safer. It's a real big difference having battle speed on 1 compared to 2. And that's like the big thing you really don't like seeing from this guy is just him healing. Just it extends the fight by a turn, but one of the things that having this extra helmet on Luca does is it allows her to take a couple more hits without like any problems. Okay, so that fight, other than the 2 heals, was mostly fine. Here I'm gonna equip the 2 Berserker rings, and then I'm gonna give Ayla +2 to her strength. And I want to switch the battle speed back to 1 as a safety. And we're gonna fight one of these rebels. We want to KO it. It's in my favor that it gets KO'd, but if they just don't hit, then it's gonna be a problem. But Ayla got a crit, and that crit's guaranteed to knock one of these out, so we're good. So, I don't have to fight any more of them right now, and from this point I'm just going to be fighting, like, fights along the way for a bit. But, Maggots is the, is kind of like one of the bigger questions about this, about like when I was like making this thing. Like, I was inspired pretty much by how do you do like this stuff with like stuff like late in the game without Magus, right? And so that question was one that I wasn't entirely sure about for a while, but I ended up, the choice that I picked was actually a pretty good one, as far as I can tell. So we'll see the answer soon, because I alluded to that Magus is the final party member in the game, and it is your choice to fight him again or not after a point in the run, and that point's coming up pretty soon. So, however, I should just go over that tech I just did, which is called Falcon Strike. I didn't see it on the menu right there. Falcon Strike does hits in a line on the screen, and it deals 4 times Chrono's base attack, base regular attacking damage, and so it hits for over 1,000 at this point, like right when we learn it, and we're definitely gonna be using it a lot for a little bit. Did I? Okay. I was just double checking to see if I saved. This fight's generally okay, but if I just play it slowly, I can be in a world of trouble. So this opening attack, it's really hard, and if you don't have like good enough equipment or high enough magic defense or enough resistance to like fire. Like your characters can get knocked out at the levels I'm at. But this attack, I'm gonna try to hit him 9 times. If I do it fast enough, I should be able to hit him and avoid... Wow, I'm surprised it didn't give me it twice. It's... Okay. So we want to make sure you knock the hands out before they get a turn. They come back with half HP. And just gotta do 2 more of these, and then that's the fight. If anybody here in chat has watched the really in the really longathon chat, has watched the RPG Limit Break 2025 run of Chrono Trigger, you know, you probably remember people doing the little dance that Ayla does during this attack. Yeah, that Giga guy has a pretty silly face. So, with us saving Melchior, the girl Strala comes and visits, but with her brother Yanis. These are both of the royal family, and she doesn't want to activate the mana machine again because they feel foreboding from it. However, Dalton followed her here and ends up taking her back and kidnapping her, so they could force her to do it. One thing I am going to say about my run is that despite the big mistake I made in wiping to one of the bosses earlier, if I keep pace with my PB at this point, or even save time in some places, I'll probably I'll still be at least 10 minutes under. I should still be 10 minutes under. Here, I'm going to detour to do an extra fight, because it gives a good number of tech points and also some goodies. This is the fight with 6 News. These news, like the gimmick when you're fighting news is that they knock your HP to 1, and some of these news actually deal 1 HP specifically. But for going through that fight, I get a magic and a speed capsule. Next, I'm going to detour to Kajar. You can detour to this place early. I just like doing it later so I can take the heal here. Just for another speed capsule that I really want. Melchior gave us the ruby knife so we can try to stop Queen Zeal from using the Mammon machine. Because the Mammon machine's like using Lava's power. I do have to pay attention here because here we're going to talk to this NPC and telling her to grow the plant in secret starts one of these necessary side quests, and it's imperative that I select the correct option there. So, this fight against Dalton is pretty much a gimmick fight where he has high, somewhat decent-ish evasion. And so I'm going to use attacks that ignore evasion. And then he'll deal a final attack. After I deplete all his HP. Alright, look at these 2 magic capsules. So, this is, I have a couple of things, like there are a couple of chests I'm gonna get on the way, and then I'm gonna be doing several extra fights, like just a miniature grind here, because this miniature grind, not only will get me enough tech points, but it's gonna get me a lot of experience, and the experience matters a lot more than like say what I were to fight like extra rebels. It just ends up helping more to get a lot of experience out. So this fight along the way, I can just like do a Falcon Strike. If that was a favorable starting position. Realize target the last one. Luca learns Fire 2 there, and I'm gonna swap her out for Frog. Because I want a lot of experience and tech points on both Frog and Ayla at this point. So I'm going to be fighting this fight a total of 6 times. And it lines up that both Chrono and Ayla run out of MP after the last fight. So I'll know exactly when to make my next menu. Would have been bad if I had caught that. When you learn a tech, actually one big thing about techs that I forgot to mention earlier was tech point duplication. It's an unavoidable thing in the game. Like you pretty much can't really avoid it, so you take advantage of it when you can. Where every time you learn a tech, the total number of tech points you get are doubled. So like it will award you the tech points you received from the fight a second time. So if you get 100 tech points and you learn a tech, you will learn that tech again. Like you will gain another 100 tech points, excuse me. Just misspoke there. Alright, so one more fight. So, gonna swap Frog out for Robo now. I'm gonna use the 2 high theaters I got to heal Chrono and Ayla's MP. And we're gonna head on down. So we got 3 mandatory encounters on the elevator here, and then it's a little bit too slow there, a little bit tight, but you can get this Falcon Strike off, and then you pretty much avoid having to deal with like, you just avoid that attack, and it's really nice. With that, I learned the tech of Boogie between Robo and Ayla, which is very important for the next boss fight. I don't think you can skip on this version of the game. I do not believe you can skip the encounter. So like, these encounters guarding these 2 switches here in the Ocean Palace, so I elect to fight them instead. Chest has an elixir. I'm gonna equip this Mesozoic Mail, and I'm gonna equip the Dark Mail on Robo. Sees another shelter, and Old Speed's capsules on Robo here. So this fight, if it goes well, it's fairly standard. But worst case, I have to do a backup. So Boogie will inflict stop, and while they're stopped, I can just damage them to my heart's content, and they attacks deal more damage. Just gonna heal Robo for safety with a potion there. I think it doesn't matter here, but want to be safe about it. Okay. So we're gonna come onto the machine here and try to do what Melchior asked of us. Pulling the ruby knife up, we actually... That sort of looks familiar. That makes the Masamune appear. Depending on who's in your party, they're not entirely sure about it. But if you have Frog in the party, he knows right away. So, well, this is okay. So I'll just give a little bit more insight about this category. That was the Ocean Palace Lavos fight. It's a super powered version of Lavos, and of like Lavos' exterior, and you don't have to beat it, like due to the definition I described earlier about just getting every boss in the beast series, because losing just continues the story. But this happens, and Chrono ends up sacrificing himself, and as a result, the rest of your party ends up being safe. And we end up getting teleported out by Shala. So this cutscene right here is an input break. I'm just gonna use it to just stretch my hands, but Lavos here ends up destroying the Magic Kingdom. Results are definitely catastrophe. And ends up falling into the sea, and falling into the sea is gonna unleash a gigantic tidal wave, like a huge tsunami, and we end up surviving. Not many people do. The elder of the village of Algetty, which was right near the Mountain of Woe, survives as well and speaks to us when we wake up, and tells us that the pendant followed us there as well. So now this is the point where I can freely arrange my party. I'm gonna pick Robo, Ayla, and Luca in that order. This shop, I want to buy 41 high potions, 21 shelters. And that's enough healing items to get me through the rest of the run. And we go speak to the elder now, and turns out Dalton ended up surviving with his cronies, and he wants to take over. Our team's not really the brightest of the bunch of, and he ends up only fast ones, and then we get knocked out. So, this is the first place where we actually do get our equipment taken away from us, because Dalton's actually competent when it comes to imprisoning people. We bought all those healing supplies. I don't know why I'm doing that. Because we're not picking up the money that there's no reason to get the money that we had. It's just out of the way. It's very tight to attack before this thing goes on with the battle speed up to max, but it's still doable. It's just, you really have to get into the menu as quickly as possible there. I'm gonna have to just use like a mid potion on Ayla before we proceed. But this just has a party inventory. When you beat this place, it gives you everything except for the money. So it like the game's just not mean about like missing like things except for your money. It will return all your equipment to everybody. And I needed to equip weapons on everybody to make sure they can attack for this fight. But this fight, this guy's scared of the height, so you can just wait for this guy to run. And it's perfectly fine with the definition. Don't have to defeat him for experience or anything. I'm going to say like one extra thing about the fight I was going against. Like I fought that same fight in the Ocean Palace 6 times, and it drops the lapis item. It heals 200 HP. This is a Nintendo DS. I got a bunch of those, which is going to really help out for an upcoming fight. This fight's very straightforward. I use Fire Tackle. This guy counters everything you do, but like Dalton counters everything you do. However, he has 2,800 HP. They're really nice about that here, and with the combination of attacks I picked, it's a guaranteed knockout. This is the DS version. The DS stuff isn't gonna show up until I'm gonna start doing the DS stuff like pretty soon, actually. We're almost at the point where the DS stuff starts opening up. So we do have those in store. And with it being all bosses again, here is I have to shelter, and I'm going to save because this is the point where you're supposed to say yes or no whether or not you want to fight Magus. And the game returned all of my equipment. I actually forgot to do a shop. I can do it on the way out. And with the definition, I I have to do this fight, so I have to do the fight and not the and not just declining to fight. So Magus won't be in my party. This fight is very dangerous. And in the sense of you need to do the exact right thing or you die. Dangerous. It's probably the most punishing fight in the run if I don't do it correctly. So it's not gonna look threatening at first, but don't let that fool you. Please don't. Because this attack brings him under half HP, and he starts doing countering with spells after he's below half HP. And so I barrier Robo because of that. So gonna throw that Lapis first before the attack because I need to throw another one. So if anybody gets knocked out, it snowballs really quickly. So you don't want that to happen. And at the end of that fight, Ayla learned the tech Tailspin, as well as Luca and Ayla's combined tech of Inferno. In the SNES version, that is called okay, so I needed to do this shot because I forgot to do it. Ooh, I'm gonna sell this. Let's get on out of here. Now swap Froggen. Okay. So yeah, because it had like this interesting challenge of it, and the Snapspawner Plexel was like the first one to like think of that idea, and I'm just like, I want to know. I actually want to know how you do that. That's essentially how this run came into being. It's kind of funny when I look back on it. So at this point, the Black Omen appears, and because this is the DS version, this area is the Lost Sanctum, which is one of the DS exclusive areas. There are 3 total, but the third one doesn't matter much for like this run, and frankly, like casually, I think it's pretty good. But which is the Arena of the Ages, but otherwise, like in terms of speedrunning, it's not really like one of the better things you can go do. Like you can get like extra copies of some of the strongest equipment. So now that I can fly around, I started the carpenter side, the thing to get the tools for the carpenter, and I'm detouring to the castle to pick up a red vest, which absorbs fire elemental damage, which I need for an upcoming fight. And also to get a speed capsule here. And at this point, I can pick up the rest of Luca's gear from Tabin. Which is this Tabin suit and Tabin's helm. Tabin's helm is plus 10 magic defense. A little bit too far right there. And the Tabin suit is a stronger version of her vest. It's plus 3 to speed. A little bit too close there. And it even more like it's even better at reducing fire elemental damage. So here I'm gonna pick up the tools. I'm not gonna do the Northern Ruins, finish the Northern Ruins quest right at this point. But I have it set up so I can do it a little bit later. Right now I'm going to the end of time to go talk to the old man there. And he gives us the Chrono trigger. Agus did hint to look for the Guru times. The old man we've talked to is said Guru. Also quickly heal there, and I'm gonna go to the prehistoric era. Normally, like, there's not more to do, but the Lost Sanctum has the prehistoric era entrance and the Middle Ages entrance, and we're gonna go to the prehistoric entrance first. And this place is pretty much just like casually. I think it, in terms of like the actual speed, and in terms of like an actual run per se, I think it's a lot better. Like, but like casually, it's very confusing to figure out what to do for a lot of people. But we find like a deserted village, and there's a bunch of monsters in this forest, and so we're gonna just take out the monsters. So this this move of Inferno is one of the big reasons why I wanted to get Tailspin as early as possible, because it's one of the only attacks that, without like a huge amount of investment, can one-shot these monsters here. It's actually kind of ridiculous. Like this is like the best attack you can use for these fights. You have to clear out all these mobs. And Frog's here for a couple of reasons. A lot of it's just to soak up all of this experience. And when I really did talk about experience with like the Ocean Palace and everything, this is where it really matters, because Ayla just leveled up, which guarantees that this attack is doing over 1,600 damage, and this enemy right here conveniently has 1,600 HP. Another thing about this area is that this place is literally just loaded with money. It's so weird, but it's just like there are just a lot of random chests that have money. And that chest right there that I picked up was 20,000. And so I'm going to pick up quite a few chests that just have a lot of money in them in this place. However, now that we cleared the enemies out, we want to head on and back to the village. And we're gonna find out that this is the village of reptites. And these reptites are actually friendly, so even though everybody thinks they're a threat, they're just gonna ask for help and little quests and everything here. And you don't have to do it at all if you're playing this version of the game. Casually. But here I started the first quest, which is to look for the golden hammer. And to get the golden hammer, you have to get golden sand and use it on a sapling that was up in the wood area. Another reptile tells you what exactly you're supposed to be doing, but since I know exactly what I need to do, I'm just gonna go do it. So the sapling's at the very end of this wood, and that there are a couple additional encounters that spawn, so I'm just gonna have to run away from them. There aren't any ways to do skips for these for these ones, unfortunately. But you can pretty much run away from all these fights, which is really nice. So with that, we actually have to go to the next era for the Lost Sanctum to finish this, to advance this Golden Hammer quest. But on my way out, I need to... there's a reptile with a shop who happens to sell the barrier sphere item that I used earlier, and I want to buy 2 of those. So next I'm going to go to just warp to the 680 portal and go in. How long did I spend making the route for this? Wow, I actually have to think about it. Probably like... I'm a neurodivergent person. It definitely was like a hyperfixation of mine when I really got the idea in my head. So here the reptiles in this area just ask us to help them out, and I forgot to use a shelter, and I need to use one right now. Let's just do a quick save. Definitely, like, I'd say it over the course of the month sounds reasonable. So, like with the other era, there are more monsters in this version of the wood. And again, so we're just gonna be using the same attack to take these out. I'm actually going to say one thing, is that I'm actually setting up for something. If any, I don't know if folks are aware of what I'm setting up for, but like we're like slowly getting a bunch of pieces to set up for something very specific. And one of those pieces was the attack I just learned on Frog called Aerial Strike. It's called Leap Slash on the Super Nintendo version of the game. So that chest also has money in it. And we're almost done fighting like all the mob fights here. We're gonna figure out what's going on with the tree that we planted. And it looks to be currently missing. It's supposed to be shiny, but that guy kind of has a golden hammer. This is actually the boss, the first boss of this area, of this whole like DS side quest arc called Gold Hammer, and first things first, that chest contains a helmet called the Dragon Head. That chest has a Mega Elixir, and I have a menu. And I equip that Dragon Head, red vest. I need to equip silver earring on you, ruby vest, helm, tab suit, headband, and I speedboat on Frog. And I'm going to put full speed capsules on Frog, and then I'm going to pop that Mega Elixir I just used, because this fight I have to do on the way out. Like that Mega Elixir is super convenient to do this fight. There are a couple of reasons why I really wanted to use it. I do a physical attack on this guy. It lowers his magic defense to standard magic defense of like normal enemies, and then I can do 4 attacks. This attack hurts, by the way. And I need to use 4 uses of the Inferno move to end the fight. Just use another one. So, after defeating him, we get the golden hammer from him, and we can go hand it to that reptile when we want to finish out this quest. And for defeating all the enemies here, we're gonna get a Mega Elixir from the Elder here. And that's all we're going to do out of this place for now. Next is where I'm going to go to the Northern Ruins and finish that quest out. Oh, I just got up a little bit early. Up to you. So, now that we gave the carpenter tools, those tools we're going to be able to fix up these ruins a bit. Just do a safety save. But there are a lot of monsters around. These guys are weak to fire. I have the silver earring equipped on Aleph just in case, like, I get trolled here. MP Buster's fine. I'm gonna have to throw my elixir. So there's one more fight. It's possible she gets knocked out here. Okay. Okay. Alright, she doesn't. If she gets hit by two grudge attacks, she gets KO'd, which is not ideal, but it's also not the end of the world if that ends up being the case. Yeah, the music in this game, like, is definitely really top notch, especially for it being a SNES title. And like the big reason I started speedrunning this game was like I wasn't getting tired of playing it. And I was like, I replayed it at the start of this year, and like, I'm not getting tired of this. So here, we examine Cyrus's grave. I'm stumbling on my speech, and Cyrus thanks Frog and tells him to protect the queen. And Rob, full of regret, Masamune come up to cheer him up, and with visiting the grave and everything, the Masamune is going to get powered up to its full power. And so it goes from being 75 attack, like 75 for its power, to 200, which is a huge jump. And it's really important to get that now, and this completes the side quest because the Cyrus was haunting the grave in like 1000 AD, and as long as you do that with Frog, that allows Cyrus to depart for the afterlife. Have I thought about I gotta pay a close eye here. I'll answer that question in just a sec. So here are 2 sealed chests in this house that I specifically say no to opening, and I really need to make sure I also open, like, hand, because that's the poor village mayor's, and as long as you hand it to the mayor's wife for free, that's going to affect the side quest I'm about to do. So I need to set the battle speed to 4 for this upcoming fight. And this fight is a little bit scary, but especially if I forget that I'm already on item with Frog. That's okay. I just didn't want to bleed ATB right off the bat. Like it's completely manageable. It's just a bit long. But I need to both get Frog and Ayla on the barrier status. Okay, so it's neither of these. So. Okay. So this fight, you have to deal damage to the correct one. Oh gosh, bad luck. Okay, so the trick I'm doing here is if any of these front three don't counterattack, they're the correct one. But if all of them counter, the correct one is in the back. Okay, I think... Okay, and now I should just wait. Because that was the 10th one. Okay. Unfortunate that I got Luca attacked once, but... Like, the big, like, randomness is coming from whether or not Luca gets hit. If Luca doesn't get hit, that fight's very... It's a little nerve-wracking, but as long as you do the same thing, it's fine. And so I'm gonna go back to Prehistoric Era just primarily to finish this quest. Because it has a really important piece of equipment that I need. And so I didn't answer the question about Chrono Cross. I've thought about it. Like I think it's better to ask if I haven't thought of running something. Because I think I was actually someone, because like with my early versions, like I've always been big on speedrunning. I think I've like considered like so many games that I played that I wasn't entirely certain about that. Oh, I walked out. Those chests up there were upgrade to plates, and I also need to pick up the moonstone again, because some random person gives it to the poor mayor, and if you don't do that, that thing with the spice jerky to make the mayor really nice, because he becomes really nice if you do the act of kindness to the mayor's wife in 680. You can't pick that up here. So that's the sunstone. And we're gonna get 2 items out of this. The first of which is a lot of people's favorite, which is the I'll just wait to say it. It's a wonder shot. In this run specifically, I'm not going to use the wonder shot that much, but more importantly, I got the sunglasses there as the second item. For finishing that quest, and that is a very, very important piece of equipment and almost completes the setup that I have. And so, one thing about the money I was picking up, I can instantly fail this minigame, and I still will get this doll to set up Death Peak later. So that's one of the big time saves about doing all that Lost Sanctum stuff right away, is that I was able to instantly fail that minigame. No other run it can like reasonably do that. It's quite something. But now I'm going to go back to the Lost Sanctum. There's still one more thing I need to pick up. I realized that I'm like right next to the area when I port back here, so we want to go back to Luuba Ruins. And after a while, there's this new here who actually wants to change your name. Of like whoever's leading in your party. So, but despite that, if you talk to him once, he gives you that silver gemstone. And so this silver gemstone grants me access to a special triple tech that I'm going to use right now. And sunglasses, white plate, suit, gemstone, speed belt, no, not speed belt, amulet, plate, and to explain what this, I need to battle speed 2. Okay. So the silver gemstone is one of the secret triple techs, and it grants access to the secret triple tech of Spin Strike once you know the prerequisite techs, and I have the prerequisite techs, and we're gonna start the second quest to get this thing called the Prisma Stone, which involves climbing a mountain up to the top here. This attack at this point is a damage spike. The way the damage formula works on it is it's compared to, like, if you think of like Falcon Strike being like 4 times Chrono's base damage, with Spin Strike deals 9 times Frog's attacking damage to a single target. And so I just stacked the sunglasses with that, and it's this enemy's gonna not show like how much it's really doing, because this guy's got really high defense. And I need Robo to initiate the attack because this guy counters everything you do. And if you do a physical attack, he counters with a status ailment. And you don't want to get hit by you don't want to get hit by these status ailments. And I picked up the amulet after the Magus fight for this fight. This guy called the New Guardian, he, like with other news, he has the ability to knock people to 1 HP. And that's the last counter he's going to do, because at this point there's all I have to do is just do one more of these to end the fight. But his next attack will actually knock someone out if they're at 1 HP. So I want to make sure that attack doesn't happen. So that new actually says that he's going to train really hard to fight us again. So later on, we're going to fight him again. But it's not going to be anytime soon. So, yeah, this attack's pretty dang good for as little investment as it has at this point in the game. It's especially at lower levels. It's and like in the like mid 30s. It's like around like level 30ish. It's like very good, and with the fact that Frog has the upgraded Masamune and everything, that matters a heck of a lot here. And that Dragon Head Helm boosts strength by 5 points, as well as the sunglasses. It's just the setup is like go all in on boosting Frog's damage output as much as possible. So at the top of this place is where this Prisma Stone is. So we gotta go back down. The reward from this is a one that I'm very much prioritizing, and it's gonna be pretty obvious why if anybody hasn't done this hasn't like done this whole like quest line. Like once you see what the reward is. I do have to mention, currently, Frog and Ayla are tied in speed, so, it's usually just random, as far as I can tell, like, who gets to go first. That's what, and I think it's just dictated by RNG about, like, speed ties and everything. So, hand this, this red type was wanting to use it to heal their child, and we get a capsule set from it. Next I go talk to, I accidentally hit no there, but it wants to see something called the Saint Stone, which is by fusing two of these Prisma Stones together. I haven't remarked one thing about this, which is there are some definite references to Chrono Cross in this place. I think they're a little bit loose, and I think they could have like done a little bit more with them as far as I can tell. So we're gonna go back into the Middle Ages version. I'm gonna go talk to this NPC because that NPC is concerned about the new, who now has been like training and was thinking that the new's just lonely and wants, and that reptile wants to be friends with that new. These enemies here are actually pretty obnoxious. They have max speed, and so they very often can like just get an attack in once you like do anything. But at this point, that new, we just go talk to the new, but he goes to the top of the mountain. However, we can't climb up because the ladder is broken. So you have to actually go repair the ladder. I had the right to avoid getting in another encounter with that. We pick up this key item called Sturdy Vines, which is another NPC just tells you about what you need to make a ladder. But this one got me as a kid, but you actually have to go up and examine this to like be, and then your party's gonna realize like, oh, like we probably have to place the ladder in the past. To actually be able to climb up. And over this way, we have to detour for a key item. I'm gonna try to do, well, no, I failed it. This fight is skippable. It's really annoying. I practiced it, but I failed it right away. I just ran right into the bat. But like you have to come in here and then also skip the fight on the way out. So it's a fairly tricky encounter skip, and my PB didn't get it either, so it's not a big deal. That fight that I had to run away from, I don't have to worry about it on the way back out, which is nice, because you can just like run right past it. I have it healed because there's nothing I'm going to be fighting for just a little bit longer. Like when doing these quests, I'm more or less focusing on just getting them done, and then I have a menu once I leave. So to advance the Saintstone quests, I have to talk to the elder there, and he won't let me in unless if I find this thing called the rep mark, which is like at the very end of this wood here. Okay. I also started a quest with getting all the necessary items for the bridge builder to go and build a bridge at the top of the mountain. The item I picked up was one of those items, but the other two are in the past I have to pick up. I won't pick them up yet, they'll be a little bit later. So now I just grab the Prisma Stone and then I just walk out. So we're done with this visit. So now I'm going to equip that speed belt on Robo, and then I'm going to use another shelter, and then I'm gonna boost Frog's strength by 2 points, and then boost Robo's speed by 2 points. And we're gonna do the Ozzy's Fort side quest now. That capsule set quest has a big payoff, with primarily because it makes Robo faster. It's gonna allow me to do a strategy fairly soon that is really nice. So, an enemy for normal defense, this is how much damage we're gonna be doing here. So that was 4,000. That's pretty convenient, would you say? Oh, this cutscene's always funny. I'll also reiterate, I'm using with like the DS like menu, like I'm able to scroll directly to Spin Strike just by hitting right twice. And that's very, very much a nice quality of life thing that's on this version. I get hit by this intentionally because I want that high ether first of all, and I also need to heal Ayla's MP. Spin Strike does have a like one of its biggest like cons is that it costs 15 MP for I don't know why that's the case. It costs 15 MP for Ayla. And that's the big reason I grabbed the Silver Stud, because in fights where I need to use a lot of tech, I have to use the Silver Stud on her, otherwise it otherwise I'll have to heal her MP mid-fight, which I really don't want to have happen. But for this fight, I trivialized it by being able to one-shot flee right there. And Ozzy's just a sitting duck, and it removes all their counters. Spin Strike exists in every version of the game. It's just in a very it's just getting it is like a little bit in a weird spot. It was in the you have to revisit the Lulu ruins after a point in the game to get the special tech. This triple tech is not as well known as like the other special ones. I think Omega Flare is probably the most well known. But there are 5 total. I think most of them are good except for like Poyozo Dance, which I think is just not at the point where you get it because it's in the Black Omen. It's just not helpful. Like unless if you like boost Ayla's MP a lot. So here I'm gonna warp to the future because the experience I got allows me to hit. It hits. Spin Strike now hits consistently for 4,000 damage, which is one of the big like damage. It's more of a damage bottleneck that I have to hit. That I want to hit for this route, and since like I did make this route for the record, and since I didn't go out of my way to get prison specs early, like this ends up being a good way of handling it. And now that those dolls are spawned, we can venture into Death Peak here. I want to equip the Speed Ring, which I got in a chest just now, and equip Clarity Cap right now, and Battle Speed 3. There's another strength capsule right there that takes 0 time to pick up. Oh, and I just goofed. That's a little bit of a time loss. You can kind of just stand behind the doll, and you're able to not get blown away out of this room. But for the second one, you can just walk behind it. Like, you want to walk behind it. And I just messed it up. I probably was fine. Okay, that right there is one of my most hated encounter skips, as well as this one. The movement of those things are very erratic. And so, with having everybody at 13 speed, I'm able to outspeed this lava spawn. And look, it's dead. So, the lava spawns open with a needle attack that hits your entire party for a pretty sizable amount of damage, even with like good equipment. And being able to skip that attack at these levels allows me to avoid having to heal, which is like another like additional menu. And it also allows me to but like that's really it. It's just avoiding being able to heal is the big thing. And this one you can run away from, but I fight it for the tech points here. Gonna swap Luca in because I'm gonna do a few additional grind fights. This is just 3 fights of these 6 enemies in this room. I used to be really bad at setting this up, but then when I did my all endings run last month, I got a lot better at setting it up. This will be like the last time I fight like 1 or 2 specific fights, like multiple times that aren't just like in my way. But I still, like, the big reason is that I still need to manage Luca as well for the end game in this run. And so this is like the best way of handling it. Right. Gosh. I think this is the best way to back that up. She went Dino Tail. I should have reacted properly. Yeah. That was a mistake, but it's not the end of the world. So, got one last lava spawn to kill. with this, we'll be able to go and revive Chrono. Funnily enough, this is I think this is the optimal party in terms of like amount of dialogue that they have for reviving Chrono. So it's like a bonus. And I should have said earlier, but the Omega player is with Magus, Robo, and Luca specifically. And the only, like, the big one that does take the most time to get is Flare. Yeah, if you have Marley in this for this cutscene, she'll hug Chrono, and then Luca will also hug Chrono if Marley is not in the party. So. Unfortunately, Fraud doesn't hug him though. Just gonna get that to heal because that heals the entire party. I'm going back to the Lost Sanctum for another visit there. This right here, I do need to be a little careful. Because we're finishing that Sandstone quest, and I need to also need to talk to you, get that golden hammer for the bridge builder quest. And Reptile does just lend it back. I need to do this and set the other Prismas down here. For whatever reason, there's a bug with this. If you grab the one on the right, you can grab the one on the right there, and it just deletes the other one out of existence, and you have to do the whole thing over. It's kind of poopy. I think I'm pretty sure it's a bug that you don't have two in your inventory, but it's pretty odd. But handing this in gets a weapon for Robo called the Dragon Arm, and that Dragon Arm is relevant because I want it before I head to Genodome, which is the next like regular quest that I want to do. This is the last of the Lost Sanctum that I'll be doing before I finish the rest of like the regular quests. The top two. That Reptite, because talking to that specific Reptite sets the flag for being able to set the Saintstone back on the top of the mountain. So here, a party's gonna set the new ladder, and I'm just gonna start climbing down that one when I head back down here. And I still have to climb to the top to set the sandstone up there. Okay. And so at this point, when it comes to like the rest of this, like this strategy is gonna fall off pretty hard for like the end game. But for the Lost Sanctum specifically, I think it's still pretty good. Like mostly because it hits really hard, and then there's and like the real reason why I'm delaying the rest of the Lost Sanctum is that the next three fights of the Lost Sanctum, the last three bosses, are quite a bit more threatening than the first two. So much so that I really, moreover, that I will not be doing enough damage to them to be able to kill them quickly as well. So it's I can't really do them right now. So next place we're going is Genodome after this. Unfortunately, this party composition is not good for the Genodome conveyor, and so I'm gonna be swapping off Frog in place of Chrono. You can use Luca instead of Chrono. I use Chrono because it just saves a little bit of time, and the route ended up working out anyway. So I can literally just bring him into the party with... And the big reason I want to use them is to use this attack called Cyclone Sweep. This attack is faster than Falcon Strike and has the same damage output, but it hits in a circle, so it won't work for all of these fights. But conveniently, the triple tech of Twister was learned here. And so I'll be able to use that to finish out the conveyor fights here. At least it just doesn't work for the last one, that's all. But like the other reason why I did those 3 extra fights and on Death Peak and not just like did this is really like it's again like I'm kind of just prioritizing just getting experience when I can, because I want to be at specific levels for specific fights. I normally do this where I like go left first, and you're supposed to go right first because there's a actual skip here, like a sequence break. This version of the game is for most part mostly like glitchless. This is a sequence break, but it's not a glitch per se. It's just with perfect movement you can do a sequence break here, which will really work out. Which does save quite a bit of time. I'm gonna swap Chrono out for Frog now. Give Frog the speed belt and sunglasses to Robo, as well as that dragon arm. I'm gonna heal Robo's MP to full. And up the battle speed to 1. The only scary thing about setting the battle speed to 1 is that I really have to mash to kill these enemies right here. These enemies move very quickly. I know there's a way to fight that fight on some versions and then do this puzzle before opening it, but I don't want to go for it. So here's the... I'll see if I can still get it. I kind of was out late. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. It's good. Let's try it again. It's just faster to try it again. There we go. Second try is fine. So that skips going through like an additional area to reverse the direction of this conveyor. And this movement right here is actually gonna manipulate the robot to get closer to me past like a little area. as well do another safety save just in case. Water 2 specifically, let's just double check. Okay. Water 2 is one of those attacks that does come out very quickly. I think it's like very slightly slower than Ice 2, but for the purposes of this one, it's not that big of a deal. And I really wanted it before coming here because it does, at the level that Frog is at, it's a guaranteed one-shot on those laser guard enemies. So with the Dragon Arm and Sunglasses, this is a 5-hit knockout on Atropos here. So with the move Rapid Fire Fist, and for Atropos breaks down, but the ribbon boosts Robo's speed by 3 and magic defense by 10, which is one of I think that's one of the big benefits of this side quest. It's just a really nice thing for Robo. Okay. Put the sunglasses back on Frog. Just that. I'll see what happens here. Okay, let's. Yeah, she still has it on. I forgot one thing. Visual intent. Oh, this is Mother Brain. This factory was actually exterminating the humans of this era. Okay, so how much damage is it doing? Okay, alright. So with that, it's I'm gonna swap Luca in. Gonna equip this Wonder Shot, and just gonna make a save. Wanted to swap Robo out before I healed MP. I'll grab this ether. So, this is the Giant's Claw, and to find this place casually, you kind of have to go a little bit out of your way to get the Tatatoma, who was like looking for this place like in game. But if you know where it is, it's like you can always enter. So there are some additional strength capsules here that I'm wanting to pick up. Movement skips a couple encounters. I realized I actually forgot to pick up an item in Death Peak just now. I know how to do the backup for it, but it is like a little bit of time loss, and I'll have to do it pretty soon, I think. So there are two rebels here, and I want tech points from them. And Luca learned Megaton Bomb there, which is gonna be relevant later. Nice Wonder Shot kill. So Wonder Shot actually helping. Okay. So now I want to swap Robo back in. Crisis Arm, and sunglasses, and Silver Stud on you. Those enemies just run away after a set amount of time. Let's just double check. Okay. Okay. They also have very high evasion. But the Wonder Shot, it deals damage based on It deals random damage based on like the in-game timer, I think. So this fight, it's very much straightforward. I'm just gonna use 6 hits of spin strike to end it. You can do this fight a lot earlier with Magus, but like without him, it's just a lot better. Just wait. I bled a little bit of ATB. I should have been able to skip the one there. So the other like real nice thing about that is that it allows me to avoid healing for this upcoming area that I have to do next, which is the Sunken Desert. I'm open the wrong thing. I'm gonna do one fight that's like, this fight is avoidable, but it gives 60 tech points. Let's do that. I was a little bit of a trolley spawn. I wanted to try to get to that point quickly as I could. So we want to use water too to lower the defense of everybody here. This is the big charm. Yay! So, Robo's Crisis Arm deals a lot of damage depending on the depending on his like actual health stat. Because the last digit of his health really is affecting it, and so Beast Toss did 4K as well. I meant to grab the elixir there, but fine. I think I'll be able to avoid getting that. So next, just grab these. So we're gonna have Robo stay behind and picks up this forest for the Fiona's Woods quest here. And then we're gonna retrieve him in 1080. When should I detour to pick up the item I missed? I'm gonna grab another clarity cap for an upcoming fight. I think I have to detour for it after this cutscene, after these events here. Like I can either detour for it now or I have to detour for it like after like Black Omen. It's not like this is like the only time. So while fixing up Robo in the woods on the campfire, Robo says that the gates may not have been caused by Lavos, and they were wondering what could cause them then. It's a bit of like I've definitely heard like different interpretations of it, but I always like pictured this to be the just like of the planet itself. And this gate showing up as a reason to do with that because it's a very bad memory for Luca that was brought up at the time, and Luca here is given a chance to change it, and it's faster to change it because it stops the timer for the because her mother actually got permanently injured by a device in their house in her house as a kid. So it's definitely a really sad thing. Yeah, I'm D4 for it now. So I forgot to pick up an item in Death Peak, so I have to make a detour back to Hecarim Cave to pick up the alternative one, which is quite a bit slower, but I really need this item for a couple fights at like the end of the run. So I can detour to the sealed chest, which has a barrier ring. It gets me an additional speed ring, which I really don't need a second one of those. I only needed the single one. But I forgot to pick up there was one on Death Peak and I wanted to pick that one up and I just forgot to. And I realized it late. I didn't pick it up. And now I want to swap Marley Ayla in. And need to unequip the sunglasses. Glasses on you, and speaking on you. Then want Clary Cap and Mist Robe. Okay. So here we're gonna find out that the king is being put on trial for supposedly selling the rainbow shell. And the trial is like a complete sham. In the hopes of removing the Guardia line from the throne. And the Chancellor is up to it. Unfortunately, but we're gonna find out, like, pretty quick here that these enemies are from right pretty much at the start of the run. Never trusted JRPG Chancellor, yeah. This is like numero dos for this. It's a reprisal, essentially. So they weren't going to allow us in, though we found the evidence. So Marleaf knows another way to get on into the trial, and has got in at the very last second. And now the Chancellor is gonna reveal who he truly is, and Judge is also just gonna go bye-bye. So this is the Acra of the 13th. So the first attack's like guaranteed to hit Marley because she's got the lowest HP. But the second attack, as long as it That's unfortunate. Just want to heal Molly just in case. I think this will kill, actually. That was unfortunate. I was hoping he wouldn't hit Robo there. But yeah, with at least a 7 on Robo's last digit, you can 4-hit that fight. And I had to keep Ayla's HP up because I want to make sure she keeps getting the experience. She did learn triple kick, which is her last attack. She's not the only person who I want to have learn all their attacks. But we'll get to that later on. Ooh, I don't want to do that. What the? You get the... getting the prismatic helms is really bad for the run. Because unfortunately, like, the best way to explain, like, the prismatic helms are one of the most important, like, or some of the most important pieces of equipment in the game. For like the end game, I need like very specific abilities and like very specific like magic defense as a stat, and like if you just don't have the magic defense, you're just gonna take way too much damage. And so that's why I like detoured for that one item that I was missing, the barrier ring, because that's a magic defense plus 10. And I need that for quite a few fights. The area where it matters is the dimensional vortex, which is technically post-game area. And those fights hit hard, especially on the magic side, and not having a magic defense means you're probably going to get one-shot by a lot of attacks. So this finishes the builder quest, and he gives us a free haste helm. So this has auto haste on it, which I'm going to start using immediately. I think this is a good time to talk about ATB penalty. There's a for double and triple text, one character does get their ATB slowed. It's meant to do it for like every character, but due to a bug, it's not possible for one character to get their ATB like slowed by a percentage for their attacks. And with Spin Strike, I'm gonna be using Spin Strike for the next 3 boss, like for the remainder of the bosses here in the Lost Sanctum. I want Ayla to really not suffer from that ATB penalty. And I had like an intuitive like sense of these like things, because it's like super noticeable while you're playing and while you're practicing a speed run. So now I'm gonna swap. I want to swap Prog for Marley. Equip the Prism Spectacles, which I just got. I want to equip the Haystone, and I want to equip the Silver Gemstone. And a Shelter. So, at this point, climbing to the top, into the fight with the new master, with that new, who's now the new master, actually. And this fight is quite a bit more dangerous than the previous one. His second attack is going to one-shot anyone who isn't a frog. I really don't want to hit Ayla, so hopefully he hits either Frog or Robo. He also counters with a HP drain attack, which makes this fight really awkward. Okay, that's fine. So, I'm gonna use this attack, which I've learned previously. He's gonna counter on Frog, which is nice, and then I can use Spin Strike again, but I'm gonna push him past an HP threshold so he stops countering with the HP drain, and then I'll just be able to do another Spin Strike to end the fight. So I'm gonna pick up the stone, and it becomes the Waystone, and this will get me access to the end part of the prehistoric section of the Lost Sanctum. So we gotta climb down this mountain to get back. So this is unfortunately this is gonna get to the the infamous quest that people don't like for this area. But to start it, I have to finish this current quest for the for checking on the new, and then go from there. So we made it back. So after finishing this quest, I'm gonna leave. And then I'm gonna re-enter because this starts the quest that I just alluded to. It's faster to just set it up this way than not. So we have to check on the bridge builder. And fortunately, that means we have to go up this mountain again. I think I would like to say if anyone in chat has any questions for me, this is definitely the best time to ask me questions about the game, because I ran like a bunch of stuff for this version of the game, not just this. Favorite boss. I'm gonna actually have to think about it. I think it. I don't know why I never like thought about it that way. I guess like the second Lavos fight, like the inner Lavos fight, is my favorite. At least like when I'm thinking about the game casually. In terms favorite OST, I think that like I've always been like diehard of like Chrono Cross is my favorite OST. So get up here and actually save the guy, but the reptile asked for help with getting this bridge done, so we asked the new does want to talk about getting friends. Favorite song from Chrono Trigger. Well, give me a minute, just to think about that too. So the new one ended up getting famous, and we now actually have to go get food. So we have to go back down the mountain. I think rather than pick like a favorite, I'm gonna pick like probably like I could like get a top 5 a lot more quickly than a favorite. Think so I have I think it's called In the Darkness of Night. It's the like somber song. That's one of them. Secret of the Forest, which is this song, and that's actually playing right now. World Revolution, which is during Lavo's the second Lavo's fight. I think Singing Mountain, even though, yeah, Singing Mountain, which is originally unused, but in this version of the game, we're gonna hear it like near the end of the run, near the end of this run. I forget the name of the song that plays while you're walking on the world map in 1080, but that one I think is the last one that rounds out that list. So we talked to that reptile and gives us a hearty lunch, so we gotta go back up and hand that to the new. And so now that we did that, the news gonna ask for a favor to get in the sweet yellow thing, which only existed like a really long time ago. I'm gonna spoil it. He wants a banana, and how long have I been running Chrono Trigger? I've only been running Chrono Trigger for 10 months. like legit this year is when I started. It's not like it was the first time I've considered running this game, but I was like, I ended up replaying this game after watching a good friend of mine casually play it. And I was like, I'm just gonna actually do a speedrun out of it because I wasn't... Like, I just didn't get tired of playing the game. And even now, I like it the game is one that doesn't really tire me out when I play it. So I made like the best assessment when picking up this game and as picking up for a speedrun, you know. So and like when I played it like before I started actually doing runs, like actually like learning runs and everything, I did a full 100% playthrough, like a true 100% playthrough where I like got every item in this version of the game, as well as fought everything, like filled out everything. So yeah. So yeah, now that he's asked for the for that specific item, I'm now in the clear to just leave and go to the prehistoric era. So that quest is almost done. I'm gonna have to use the save point to actually do the menu that I was meant to do here. Like, it's not a complicated menu. I just need to use a shelter and then swap Ayla out for Luca. So now I go talk to this NPC, and this reptile asks us to explore the dark areas to the southwest. So, we spawn like special food items like doing that builder quest, and this is where the banana spawns. But you don't have to defeat the encounter, you can just run away and you get the item anyway. Which is kind of funny. And so I think that's one of the sillier things about that quest. Because I originally thought you had to fight it, but turns out, nope, that's not the case. So just lights the way, and a Tyranno, there's a place looking similar to the Tyranno lair behind this. and there are some monsters that are here that want to eat the reptiles at the village. So I brought Luca here to use this tech of Line Bomb, which yeah, it uses her Megaton Bomb tech. It does the damage of that tech in a line, which has some pretty niche uses, but it's also it's a very quick ability to use. So used it there, mostly because these three need to continue getting techs. And now that we informed the village about it, they asked us to take down the lair over there. And now it's just at the point where we just gotta go back and go fight things. So this is another mandatory fight. You can't run away from this one either. The Line Bomb isn't gonna one-shot the big dinosaur dude over here, so Robo's gonna have to put an attack in. He sometimes counters by using lock there, but it's not common. And there, Robo and Luca learned the double bomb tech, which will be very important for the Black Omen. And I'll explain why when we get there. It's another really powerful tech. I'm just gonna wait. This guy just moves back, and I want to just make sure I avoid hitting the encounter. These chests also have some money in them. And inside this place, I'm actually going to detour for a chest that contains a very important piece of equipment for the run, and this piece of equipment, it's called the Turbo Shot, which is effective. It's literally a swallow for Luca. That's what it is. So, part of the reason why I'm still using her is because I need her for like the last like 20% of this run, and because that weapon exists, it's going to make things very nice for the Black Omen. So we're not going to use the Wonder Shot much in the run, and that's the main reason, is because the Turbo Shot is much better to have for this run particularly. And near the end of the run, she will be my fastest character at the end of the run because of that. So that said, just climb up some stairs and avoiding some encounters, and gonna shelter, and then I need to swap Ayla back in. I forgot to pick up I forgot to do a charm earlier. I'm gonna have to quit that. I think that will help with this fight. We'll see. So this fight is another really dangerous one. So I actually need to barrier a frog, and I have to attack these enemies in a specific order. Now at this point, I'm gonna knock both of them to low HP, in which they're both gonna use dark matter on the party. But I have to kill the one on the left as soon as possible, because its next attack is actually the same attack that that is used by the second stage of the final boss. So I have to kill it now. And then I have to kill this one as soon as possible, because they can revive each other. And that's the fight. And for that, get the Valor Quest, which is I think it's a good item for Ayla, but in terms of this run, it's not that great. It's basically a Rage Band with a critical hit boost, and it's a very nice piece of equipment casually, but otherwise I don't think it's like that good. So with that, we can now go back to the 680 and gotta go back up the mountain to hand the banana to the new. So this is, we don't have to, what the game's gonna do is it's gonna actually warp us back down to the village after this one, and it's gonna reward us with the item, but we have to climb up the mountain one more time after that to get to the final area of the Lost Sanctum. Yeah, the attack animations are really nice in this game. More screen time than Magus. Oh god. I apologize if I like cough after laughing. I was sick last week, and I'm like almost all the way over it. Oh, that's brutal though. So we're gonna complete the bridge now. After this, the news actually gonna open a shop, but I'm not gonna use that shop just yet because once I finish the Lost Sanctum, the shop's gonna upgrade, and it's gonna have some really good stuff in it. And I'm gonna buy a lot of stuff from that shop once that's all said and done with. And so for suffering through this piece of armor casually is extremely good. I'm gonna use it once, unfortunately. This is the Saurian Leathers. It boosts speed and strength by 3, and it's wearable by anybody. But I won't be using it that much because there are just other pieces of equipment that just matter a whole lot more. And the only point where I'm going to really equip it is this upcoming fight. With this upcoming boss, I need to equip it because for one reason it's that Ayla here needs to have the silver stud equipped again, because otherwise I will not be doing enough damage. Otherwise, I'd have to really heal her MP in the fight, because otherwise it's just not too great. Okay. And this is the last climb up the mountain, so well, we won't see it for the rest of the run, thankfully. So, for whatever reason, you can just run away from all these fights too. And some of these aren't gonna make sense why you could run away from them. But this upcoming one, I think, is the one where it's just like, they let you run away from this when you're surrounded. Okay. I think same with this one too. You end up getting surrounded by these two enemies, and you can still just run away. It's all good and dandy for a speedrun, though. So here, the equip I was alluding to, the Saurian Leathers on Ayla. Save here. That right shit is a weapon for frog, but it's not better than using the Masamune, so I'm not picking it up. Went out the menu a little too early there. I'll just mid-potion her before. So, here's the fight. This guy's gonna immediately Luminaire us in the face, but it's not gonna do that much damage. But he's got that lightning attack that we saw earlier. Which is gonna one-shot anybody who isn't Frog. So I don't want to see that on Ayla once again. His little henchman has got to go though, so I'm gonna prioritize targeting him. And I'm gonna use 4 spin strikes to end the fight. This guy counters everything. So I'm gonna have... Oh my gosh. I'm just gonna toss this because otherwise this is gonna be a little annoying. And one more spin strike's gonna end the fight. So we heard about statues up here. Because of our previous actions, and the reptiles actually erected statues of us, of the party. And they were called the Heavenly Idols. And get the Champion's Badge, which is an upgraded form of the Hero's Badge, but it's not good enough to put on Frog. So now the real reward is that I can buy Mega Elixirs, and I'm also going to buy this 2 pieces of Dragon Armor and a Reptite Dress, and I'm going to leave now. So the Dragon Armor, like the Dragon Head, boosts Strike by 10 points when it's equipped, and the Reptite Dress boosts I gotta manage this equip. It boosts magic by 10 points, which is really important here. That fight was the last we'll see of Spin Strike for the run. I'm gonna use these magic capsules on Luca. And I actually forgot to pick up an additional straight capsule, so I'm gonna pick it up now for Robo. Robo's meant to have another one. And this is a backup. And now we're off to the Black Omen. I meant to put the speed belt on him so he has the chance of getting his turn very quickly. Okay. Oh, that's not good. Come on. I should have been a little bit more careful with that. Okay, there we go. That was very slow. And now I'm gonna unequip it so Ayla will go first. So this fight's meant to very much destroy you if you don't have proper protection against it. Because it opens with Chaos Zone, which inflicts confuse on the entire party. I'm gonna use just 2 rounds of this attack, and with the added bonus to Ayla's magic from the Reptite dress, it's gonna be enough to end the fight pretty quickly. Except I made a I forgot to equip one on Luca. Okay. Oops. I totally butchered that equip. Yeah, I forgot to equip on Luca, and I'm on. Oops. If it's not anybody, that fight is very dangerous. Meant to have that on her. Don't worry, I have like a lot of backup. It's just fortunately slow if I make a mistake like that. Pretty much the setup is just so I can one-shot the normal encounters here. Still being a little too antsy getting out of the menu. So this, I just wanted to wait until this eye is closed when I enter. And it allows me to just get running into that encounter, which is generally just trying to avoid as many encounters as I can. I'm just gonna heal because I'm letting enemies get turns. So this is one of the more fortunate things that we gotta take this elevator down. It's random whether or not we get encounters on it. And we can't run away from said encounters. Okay, so got one, which I want one encounter on the elevator, and that's it. This you can just walk down the center and it skips a fight. And skip a fight here to a little bit of careful movement. Oh, that's another armor. I didn't need to pick that up. So there was a second haste helm amongst those chests and a couple mega elixirs. I don't need to grab every mega elixir from this point on. I just need like a couple more. When things will be like generally safe. Went a little bit too quickly. Almost got trolled with that enemy right there. Up this one. I know some people don't try to have these enemies close their eyes. Wow, I actually got it still. Like I did a quick eye open. Like one of the issues with opening every chest in this game is that you can't sell accessories, and accessories that you don't use will just clog up your menu. And the chests that I'm skipping generally have accessories in them, especially in this place, or they're not like anything good at all, potentially. So, stuff like that. These chests, but there are 4 speed capsules and chests here in this place. I've grabbed 3 at this point. I'll swap out for Robo. And should be good to go. So this is the first fight I'm gonna use double bomb in. And it hits really hard. It's one of the strongest attacks in the game. Like especially with like perfect magic, it hits really hard. And with having the prison specs plus sunglasses combo, I was able to 2-hit KO. Swap Ayla back in. I'm gonna use a elixir and then this and ether, because we got another elevator right here. I believe the original came out in 1995. I forgot to split on my splits. Okay, 1 encounter, so you can swap Robo back in the front slot. One encounter elevator. Okay, that's at least decent. Swap Robo back in because there are 2 mandatory fights in this room that I want Robo to get experience out of. This fight is skippable. Like so. Hey, B dude. And I'm gonna use Line Bomb here. It's a little bit faster. Robo's almost out of MP anyway. And swap Ayla back in for one more fight because this upcoming panel fight, I just need to use Chrono one more time. And so swap Robo back in and Haste Helm, Vigilance Hat. And do another save. Another speed capsule here. I have Robo in the front slot for this upcoming fight because this is the second fight was the Giga Mutant, and this one's going to be the Terra Mutant. But I need to kill this guy very quickly. Because on his second turn he heals, and double bomb doesn't do enough damage to KO him without him when that heal goes off. And now I equip the silver earring on Robo, and I'm going to equip the sunglasses on Frog here. I believe everything's good now. I'm going to use a Mega Elixir. So, this fights the Elder Lava Spawn, so this guy's a bit stronger of a Lava Spawn compared to the ones on Death Peak, but two of its attacks are Shadow Elemental damage. And if he uses them, Robo doesn't take any damage, which is what I want, and that's one of them. And with that, he's only the Swallow Spawn's only able to attack once, and there's the fight. Right. Okay. I was just double checking. So Luca is now level 41, and she'll be able to one-hit these panels here with Line Bob. And importantly, I learned Flare, and the tech of Frog Flare was just learned. And that concludes the tech point route for this run. I'm gonna use the speed capsule on Frog, and I'm gonna use a shelter as well. And so, rather than explain, Frog Flare is a desperation attack based on Frog's HP. This attack's gonna bring me down to 1 HP. And so, we're going to demonstrate right now how much damage it's going to do. And with having Luca hasted, I can do another one, and the fight's over. So, hits for whopping 6,000. So I'm gonna do 2 of them, but I'm gonna have to heal before the end of this, because this is a 3-stage fight. So I'm gonna throw a Mega Elixir here. And then I'm gonna do one more, and then have Robo use this Rapid Fire to end the fight. And so this is going to set up for my favorite strategy in this entire run. Against the second... This is the second fight against Queen Zeal. It's going to be really hard to explain it while I'm doing it, so I'm going to explain it now. With the combination of text that I've learned all the way up to this point, I can push Queen Zeal to under 6,000 HP. And by pushing her under 6,000 HP, I can do it fast enough with having 2 haze stones on Robo and Luca that I'll be able to have her use Halation, and then I retaliate immediately with Frog Flare and kill her. So that's the goal. As long as I do it right, it should be good to go. So I'm just gonna focus here. I think I lost quite a bit of ATB. Oh wow, I'm very behind. Dang. So the hands have a chance of attacking Robo. As long as they attack Robo, it's fine. But okay, I got lucky. Okay. Because Robo has that black plate that I've kept equipped on him like most of this run. It's a very tight strategy, but I should have. I just didn't get into the menu quick enough at the start. That's probably what the issue was. But even then, it's still like salvageable. But I really want to be at 1 HP ending that fight. And it's primarily because I want to use Frog Flare in this upcoming gauntlet because we're going to get thrown into fighting against Lavos, and Lavos makes you refight many of the bosses we encounter during the main story arc of the game. And Frog Flare is the strongest attack that I have, and I want to be able to use it to the best of my ability. So, first things first, gonna swap Ayla and Chrono in with Robo on the side. Mostly because I want Ayla to have her turn, because Luca's max speed and I don't want them speed tying. It runs into trouble. I'm gonna give like a bit of a heads up for this third phase. Oh my gosh, I bled so much ATP. This is a flashing lights warning. Just look away from the top of the screen. It's worse on the Super Nintendo version, but it's still bad with that attack on Lavos. So next I'm gonna swap for Frog and Luca, and I'm going to just heal with some high potions to get their HP a bit higher. Frogflare's still gonna KO pretty much most things, even with the healed HP on Frog. I do need to make sure he's not directly at 1 HP right now. Luca's relevant for the rest of the run. I'm going to mess with something because what if I do that? I'm just curious. Okay, that's fine. Use lightning rod here. Ideally, I hope to really get a fire barrier because I can just end the fight if that happens, but I just haven't really been seeing like anything close to it getting there. Gonna swap Robo back in, and I need to equip the Nova armor on him for just to make sure this like he doesn't get the sap status on him, like the HP drain. How much is it doing to Robo? Okay. Okay. Two more phases to go. What? I interrupted the second attack from going off, and I shouldn't have done that because now I'm like slightly under damage here. Okay. And for this last phase, I need to do a frog flare twice. And I need to outspeed before the second attack comes in. Because it's going to confuse Luca, and I don't want that to happen. Okay, alright. So, with that gauntlet being done, I have to fiddle around with everybody's equips for the upcoming 2 fights. To equip a helm on both of these two. I believe this is correct, and I need to use a shelter. And this is a mandatory. I need to set the. I'll speak before I talk about this. This is a mandatory save. For reasons I'll explain after, I have to. It is required to save at that save point in this run. What's the most difficult fight in this run? It's kind of hard to explain that right now because this is final fights of the game. Luca and Robo got their turns. So, with Frog at level 42, he gets in critical health from that attack 100% of the time. So I'm able to just fire off a Frog Flare right away, but I have to heal because of this attack. I think this is fine. So I opted to just gonna heal Luca for safety here. And mostly because what I'm doing here is trying to set up for this upcoming final stage of the fight. And I need to do it correctly. So I waited for this attack to come out. So Frog is in critical HP, and I can heal Robo back up. And that knocks him out. So here I'm gonna the goal is to try to get some damage on the center so I can knock it out. And it warped, and Frog stayed alive, so I'm able to knock it out before it gets any other turns. And I want to wait because I don't have haste. I'm not going to be able to attack before we get some like the center and left one revived. So I'm going to kill them again, and I'm going to heal Frog's MP. And this frog flare should knock them out. And one more frog flare will end the fight. So this was a... Oh, okay, that was actually a best on that fight. Wow, okay. I had exactly what I wanted to happen, so... Yeah, it is not time because I have to sit through the ending because beating through like the main game unlocks a post-game area on this version of the game. And we have to do that. So we're gonna have to sit through the ending and then we'll be back doing the post-game area. This area is called the Dimensional Vortex. It's all the stuff leading up to the bonus fight. You have to beat the main game before you can do it, and it's just best to hold off on beating the main game until now. Because now I was strong enough to do that fight like very consistently, I'd say. But with all the equipment and all the abilities and everything, I'm very much set up for the Dimensional Vortex fights at this point. That said, got less. Like once the ending's done, there's less than like 40 minutes in the run left. Like there's like 45 minutes left in the run. So yeah, if it wasn't for me wiping like early on, I think everything else in the run has been fine. Like, nothing egregiously difficult. Yeah, so the Lost Sanctum area is another Nintendo DS exclusive, that's correct. So, we're gonna sit through the ending, we're gonna say goodbye to everybody. This is the very end, so because we defeated Magus, Frog's gonna actually become a human at the during this ending. Yeah. Yeah, it was introduced in the Nintendo DS, and then it brought, and then on the versions after that, such as the mobile and PC versions, like Beedoo is referring to in chat, they were kept in those versions as well. So just to clarify. These areas are not necessarily exclusive to this version of the game. That's what Beedoo was saying. Yeah. It's this run just does do both. That's really it. I think the only DS exclusive, true DS exclusive area is the Arena of the Ages. I'd say the PC version is quite a bit better now, but it also got a lot of jank, which is why I'm a little bit hesitant to do runs, to run at some point. But I'll hopefully consider it in the near future when I can. I don't think it's gonna take that much to start running it in the future for me. So this is a break in the run where I'm just gonna be able to stretch for a bit. That's all I want to do, just stretch my hands. Oh yeah, you don't have to tell me that. This isn't my first rodeo holding the DS for holding a 3DS for an extended period of time. So yeah, here's the part. That was the part where Frog becomes human, and so yeah, it importantly, and partly for anyone saying GG in the chat, it's not over yet. Again, this run requires me sitting through to the end because the Dimensional Vortex is a post-game area that will unlock once you beat the game once. So that does require sitting through the ending, and I can't skip it, but that's okay, because this is a long run anyway, you know? Yeah, that's why the timer is still running. The time will... I will say when the timer is gonna end. It's not soon. It's the final fight of the run is the post-game super boss that gives you a bonus ending called the Dream Devourer. And once that fight is over is when the time's gonna end for this run. Yes, yeah, you can unlock all the possible endings and everything once you've beaten the game once. It's one of the nice things about Chrono Trigger. So we've got to wait a little bit more though, because the DS version has like an additional credit sequence that it added, and there's an escape button for it. And I talked about this a little bit earlier with this version of the game, because I did an all endings run last month on this version, and it was agreed upon to remove the time of the sitting through these credits for that run, because you sit through them so many times, and you can just elect to like reset out of them if you want. There's no reason not to. And so have that choice, and then just elect to use this time as a break if you can. I guess to one thing I will also mention is that I forgot to charm a specific thing earlier in the run, and so I'm gonna have to pick up a backup item. I wanted to charm the blue plate off the Mother Brain fight, which heals, which absorbs water elemental damage, which I want for one of the post-game bosses. In fact, the reason I got those white and black plates at all is because they're pretty much necessary for these for some of these post-game fights at the levels I'm at. My levels seem like somewhat like they're higher level than like other categories for the record, but like at least like on average for like the party. But because these are post-game areas, like the bosses in these areas hit much harder than like anywhere else, and so elemental absorption is like such a lifesaver, and then just having high magic defense is also very, very nice. So we'll get into these very quickly. I'm going to do them in a specific order, but yeah, here's them showing up. So this is they show up in 1000, 2300, and 12,000 BC. And once you, I have to save a clear data, and then I can get back into the swing of things here. So I can just load my game, and all those areas are available. So take this portal out, and we're gonna go back to the end of time. Okay. So I'm going to start by going to 1080. So this was like unconventional to like the way other runners always routed these areas, but I'm prioritizing a piece of equipment that's in the 1080 that's a consistent item, and I want to get that as soon as possible because it's gonna speed up the other fights. So, but before I go in there, I'm gonna go here and pick up this field chest because I forgot to pick up the blue plate. So that's a blue vest, and it will help for one of the fights, one of the bosses coming up. So yeah, let's go right in. If you haven't played this game yet, I recommend doing so at some point. I need to swap the robo. Essentially, how this place starts is by doing like a random assortment of areas that you've already been to. I should not have used double bomb there. And one of those places is this is the Genodome area here. And I'm gonna be honest, I'm like that with a lot of games as well. Well, I definitely still have some games that I've yet to play. I use Frog Player here because it's a little bit faster of an animation. I'm using Player on its own, if I recall right, and so it's just better to also just set the tech. Ideally, you don't get the Geodome conveyor, but if you do, like this, though, I routed it so the experience I get is taken into account. Oh. Now I have to do a little bit more stealth. That was a little close. Yeah, so they animated every character knocking the guards out too. It's actually it's actually pretty neat. I think this is one of the more favorable options for getting Genodome anyway, which is nice. So after that random assortment of places you've been to, there's a new area now. This place is kind of just like a giant circle. But the reason I detour here is going to be seen like right now. That chest is the equipment called the Master's Crown, which has an innate sunglasses effect, which boosts your damage output. And so I equipped that on Robo right away because I'm gonna be there's these unavoidable encounters here. These guys that I could just smack them with Robo, and the fight ends right away, and I get 2,300 experience. It's extremely fast. I get 2,300 experience from the fight. And in all of these post game areas, like we also got this fight, which can be super trolly, and I have to heal Robo's HP to maximize his Crisis Arms effect. That was pretty slow. Okay. I should also note that those enemies have boosted defense, and Robo's just hitting really hard. I have not missed that in a while. I was probably just a little bit too far to the right there. You can just climb that ladder without getting into that encounter, but I just messed it up. So, oh gosh, I made a mistake. Oh man, okay. I need to. I forgot to do like one thing. I messed this up in practice, but it's easy to forget to do this. I also have to heal Robo's HP again because I made that mistake. And it's supposed to, you have to hit this switch, otherwise I have to like go all the way around again or something. So I gotta heal Robo's HP just so I can take out one more of those guys. I still need like those fights are taken for the XP, and I just need a little bit more XP, and then from like mandatory fights should cover the rest for the levels I want to be at for the rest of this run. So if I didn't get the Genodome fight, I would fight this fight right here for experience. Okay. Have it. Frog, Ayla, Robo. Alright, I have the prismatic helm already, so fairy ring. And I don't want to aqua that just yet. Okay, so this fight, in like every run I do, this fight is terrifying because it's either I kill him or I'm in a spot where he's just gonna kill me and there's nothing I can do about it. So, we're gonna use Beast Toss. Because with the boost that I have, it does a lot. Right there, I wait for him to attack, and then I do another one because this pushes him under half. And now I can go for one more Beast Toss. And he's gonna use a Belch to end the fight. If I don't kill him there, he's gonna retaliate with Dark Matter, and it's gonna kill most of my party, and there's no way to recover. So, there's not much I can really do otherwise if that happens. So, next I need Chrono. I need the Green Dream. And I use the Green Dream on him because otherwise this is way too scary. And then I need the White Plate on Robo. And I use a Mega Elixir to heal everyone. And so this is Steel Shade. It's a dark form of Chrono that we have to fight here, who hits really hard, especially with magic, and counters pretty much everything. I need to bury Ayla as soon as possible. Do this. And I need to hit him with Beast Toss 4 times to end the fight. And when he's below half HP, he has a chance of doing this. And Chrono's gonna get knocked out. And he's doing another one. As long as Ayla gets her next turn, I should be fine. Totally expected that Chrono gets knocked out, but it's pretty much just Luminar. I wasn't entirely sure what the reasoning was for the name change, but regardless, we want the fight, and Chrono gets a boost to his stats as a result. The boost to his stats are as helpful for us to run. But with that, we're on our way to the second dimensional vortex. So this is a special area here that has a very special piece of equipment. However, I'm not going to pick it up because in this run it's not helpful. It's for the women in the party, the piece of equipment is the Angel's Tiara, which grants auto haste and status immunity. And it's just not worth it in this run to have it, unfortunately. So I think this is one of the slower options. Is getting, because like there are I believe a total of 8 different combinations for these like dimensional vortex paths, and this one's I believe is a pretty slow one, and just getting this area in particular is not what you want. Gonna throw water to end this fight. I'm gonna talk about my PB. My PB is actually hard to run against because it gets like very good options for all the dimensional vortexes, and they're at the end of the run, so it's not something I want to really like grind a run against. Yeah, it's definitely something with a lot of these like extra areas, and you never have to do them if you play this version at all. But for this one, like I have to like do this area in reverse, for example. As long as I remember where the fight skips are, it's generally okay. And then I was thinking I do this area next in reverse. This should be the last one here. So this special area plays the originally unused track of the Singing Mountain. We'll be able to hear for a little bit, especially once we get past. Like, there are 2 fights I have to run away from, and then the rest are all like skippable. I didn't bring up one other mechanic unique to these like bonus areas. But this is the last room where I could find one, which is there's a rare enemy that spawns called a Wonder Rock that has like a lot of HP, a lot of defense and magic defense, and can run away very quickly, randomly. But you can get an item called the Lumicite Shard, which gets you a very broken piece of armor for Luca called the Elemental Aegis. Which nullifies all elemental damage, for the record. This room has a set of capsules I'm going to pick up. These are the last capsules I'm grabbing in this run. And I'm gonna venture down this way because if I try to get to the next area from like just directly from that capsule, I'll hit a fight trigger, and that's just slow. So I just loop around with specific movement to avoid it. In this fight, I'm gonna use a frog flare to just kill them. I can run away, but these guys also give a lot of experience, and frog flare is set up to do more damage from the Dalton fight. That's the last optional fight I'm gonna take for any experience and tech points. So next I switch Marley, Ayla, Robo. I need to equip that blue vest and shelter. I want this speed capsule to go on Ayla, and then the strength capsule goes on Robo. So since I already swapped my party in, I can tell who I'm going to be fighting next. There's no additional fight before this in this one, though. Again, the magic attacks hit so hard that I'm just gonna have, once Marley gets her turn, I'm gonna just throw a barrier on Ayla right away, and the Ice 2 that's gonna come out is gonna hit, basically, like, yeah, let's just show it. I'm always just gonna hit the floor. I had to wait because I got walking. She attacked Robo. She can also heal, but this attack is doing enough damage now that this is a 3-shot on her, and that's the fight. So yeah, that's just showing just how ridiculous the Crisis Arm gets. And when I did my all endings from last month, and swap and do save, okay, and I just go in because nothing's really threatening. Okay. I forget which one this is, but we'll see. I have Chrono in for 2 reasons, but the first is if I run into... there's a possibility I run into the Mud Beast Den here, and if I run into the Mud Beast Den, I want to use a Falcon Strike. Because that's just gonna one-shot the mud... the beast enemies. Thankfully the Mudden fight is not gonna be there. So, yeah. Also, this place you have to do in reverse when you get it. It's hilarious. But also a little spooky if you don't know how to do it in reverse. Because you can run into a bunch of encounters on the way back up. It can be a little tricky. Oh, we get the quiz! Okay. So they put a quiz here in these sets. And if you get any question wrong, you have to do a set of fights. Indeed it is, like Chris, it is the have you been paying attention counter. And yeah, here's the Mud Beast and I alluded to. This is actually a decent pattern because I avoid the, there is a special item area that shows up in these sets of areas, but that place is that place is so slow that I never want to see it in a run. It takes like 2 minutes to get through, and it's full of those like green rats that are super fast. Like, you just don't want to get it. It's that bad. So yeah, there's no mud imp here. They're not gonna make you refight mud imp. I'm gonna do an extra safety save. I think it's fine if I don't, but I do. But this area is always a little spooky, and it's at the very end of the run. This place has a couple mazes, and then it has a stealth section. And if you get caught, you get in an unrunnable fight. It's not the end of the world. I can get out of it. It's just bad if I do get caught. I did this correctly in my PV because they want you to, like, it's better to just show this. So yeah, you got these robots here that you have to sneak past. And then there's one more here that I gotta get past, and then we gotta input a code that was in the maze, but the password in this version is ball. So BALL. So right there, you can just go, and then I'm waiting to see that robot there, because that was just a visual cue to go to the next one because I couldn't see it. And then we're gonna go through here, and the second reason why I swapped this party in is going to be shown, because at this point your active party gets locked out and you have to use your reserve party. And so my primary team, who I've been using for a bit, I get to use for this section. And I really want to use them for this section because there's an upcoming 5-stage gauntlet of fights I have to do. And the end of the fight is the bulkiest single encounter, but the bulkiest normal enemy in the entire game is in this string of fights I have to do here. I think they just wanted to do something clever with like the, yeah, it like the, in the factory the password is Zaby, which is XABY, and so ball is just similar to that. Here I'm, that door was the way to go, but I go take another warp through this maze to pick up that armor called the Regal Plate, which is these best armor for all the guys in the entire game. It boosts stamina and magic defense by 10 points. You cannot get a better piece of armor if you tried. In like any of the game. But yeah, I'm gonna equip the dragon armor to be safe, and I need Robo in the front slot, and I need Luca's MP full. I think Robo's too low on MP as well, so. So I'm gonna use red needle attack first. Those enemies have extremely high evasion. You do not want to attack them normally at all, especially at low levels. And so here, double bomb is a one-shot on these guys, so I'm just gonna use it. I use Mind Blown for this one. Double bomb again because you got two of these robots here. And this last fight is the bulky enemy. This is an Iron Maiden. It's got 10,000 HP. So this is the fight I set up Frog Flare for from Dalton earlier. Who are we attacking? Okay, Luca's fine. Yeah, this is the DS version, in case you haven't seen. Yeah, so the enemy is so bulky, I do all those attacks just to make sure it goes down. And now we save. And thankfully that's the only one you have to fight. There are some others upcoming, but you could just run away from them, thankfully. I'm just gonna play the safe. There's a little bit more stealth I gotta do here. And we're in the clear. So yeah, we can just run away from them now, thankfully. Oh, I meant to talk about it a little bit, but when I did my all endings run, I literally like abused the Crisis Arm to like its maximum damage output, which is like enormous. It's just not worth setting up in a lot of other runs, to at least. But you can have it hit for, like, you can have Robo hit like 5k plus every single attack, and it's just huge when that happens. I think we're good. So for this fight, I don't actually care about the elemental absorption on Robo because the boss here does not have as much defense or HP that it's actually possible that I'm gonna try two-shotting the boss. If I don't get the two-shot done correct in the time allotted, I'm actually gonna get hit by flare, which is gonna suck. So I don't want that to happen. But generally it should be fine. So Okay, and yeah, so this is Crimson Shade. Crimson Shade should go down, and the little robot friend here, the exterminator, is left all by lonesome, so I just have to kill it now. But it has a lot more defense, so it takes longer to go down. It's gonna take 3 hits. And Luca's just on healing duty here. Okay. Alright, so now that that's done, can head to the end of time. And this... Now that we've done all the dimensional vortexes, we can... talk to Espar here, and this grants us access to the last fight, which is the Dream Devourer. So I have a menu that I need to use to prepare. I'm swapping Frog in. Put those, and Silver Earring, Regal Plate, Master's Crown, Black Plate, and Reptile, Zodiac Cape on you. Okay. Yeah, Frog gets the Master's Crown here to boost the damage of Frog Flare. With the Silver Earring. So we get access to the Time's Eclipse. This is this is like the future in which Lavos has been destroyed. And beyond this portal is the last fight of this run, which is the Dream Devourer. And oh, it's Magus. So this is a different Magus, so if you have Magus in your party, Magus is shocked to see himself in front of him like that. And going through this portal, this here is the Dream Devourer, and Shell is on top of him, on top of Lavos here. This fight is gonna be very difficult for me to explain. I guess to put it bluntly, this boss's attack script, like this boss's attack pattern is like pretty linear, but you can manipulate it in such a way that you're able to do like way more damage against it, and so I'm going to do that to do as much damage as possible. And then here I need to manipulate Frog's HP, just so he doesn't get knocked out. So this will advance to the next stage of the fight. This will get a counter out from Dream Devourer. And I need to revive and heal everybody up. And Luca's on healing duty for the rest of the fight. So it lowered its defense once, but now it's gonna do it again. And this attack hits for over 6,500 now. But that's counter is so strong that I have to make sure I heal every time. So wanted to wait for that attack to come out before I did another attack just due to how devastating this counter can be. And get ready on time. And time. So, that boss specifically, the AI, if a character gets knocked out, its script changes, and then once you get all characters alive, the script that it has resets. And that's what I manipulated in that fight. And so yeah, despite the death to Flea early in the run, I'm definitely happy with this. Being underestimate's really nice. I don't think we have time, but after the run, what I normally do is like you can save your progress again because it gives you the credits here, and the lore for like what happens in this ending is that Magus realizes he can't save Shala, and so he decides to get his memory erased, which ties into the other games in the series. Both, as far as I know, it's both for Radical Dreamers and Chrono Cross. It relates to both. It's a pretty sad ending. But yeah, I don't have to verify it per se, but I'd be able to show, like, once after the credits roll, that the all bosses requirement is done. Yeah, that is a thing that happens there. I don't think you're the first person to be not happy about that. Yeah, if I want to make like any like other like shout outs, I would like to shout out the Chrono Trigger community, like the speedrun community. I'm shout out leaders in chat, Derek Condra, who's I watch a lot. I'm gonna shout out Red Slash, who's always like very helpful when he's around. Pseudo-Arc, who often just knows a lot about the game and also is like heavily involved with like both of the randomizers of the game. He's been like more helpful than he's been like one of the biggest helps, and I've learned a lot through him. And I routed this this entire run myself, and without like all the knowledge that I've learned about the game, I would have probably not been able to do such a thing. There's definitely a lot more people I can shout out. I shout out to a few of my friends in the I have a private Discord server of friends where we play multi-worlds, and everybody there, I think randomizer is a space that helps me like have a space for like other projects that I want to do. Like it helps, like, because like I played randomizers a lot, and then I'm like, once I played multi-worlds, like I was able to like get myself back into speedrunning. So if I have like the credits will be over in just a sec. I can probably like go on, but yeah, I'll just have to save the progress, and then I'll just show that the B series like calls over like all these character, like all the bosses were just shown like logged on the bestiary. Another like bonus you get is the Dream Seeker for beating that fight, which is a stronger version of the rainbow weapon for Chrono. But yeah, I'm just gonna quickly show in the extras. We can just access the bestiary, but yeah, the down here the bosses are shown. So I'm just gonna quickly scroll through, show that every boss has been logged here. So yeah, there we are. So with that, thank you all. Thank you, really Longathon, for accepting this run. I hope it was a good time for you all as well, and you can move on to the next one from here. Peace. Take care, everyone.